What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's Friday, day 5, and 5 players will book their passage through to tomorrow night's final by the end of play today. As far as this afternoon is concerned, Neil Minear is in pole position. He won all 5 matches on Thursday, although it is a fairly uniform table in Group C. Well, it's a power-packed day, and we're going to have some power-packed analysis. The 3-time Lakeside winner, the former Premier League winner, and how many games did you win on that stage, Glenn?
A finalist at the influencer event.
And you were the influencer, right?
Well, yeah.
Right, let's talk about last night's action then, and in Group B, where Adam Savada leads the way. 4 wins from 4. He had some disappointments towards the end of Group A, but he put them right yesterday.
Yeah, I watched him at the World Series of Darts, and I was looking forward to seeing him play this week, but I always like to assess players like when I'm up close and personal, and I liked everything about him. I liked his performances in Group A, and like you said, many of the North American players are so deadly when it comes down to the doubles as well. This was a real, look at the finish that Richard Rowlands is on there, and this was the dart of the week. Almost reminiscent of the Phil Taylor dart against James Wade, where he had to move right across the hockey. He throws such a flat dart. It was an unbelievable dart at the bullseye.
So Adam Savada leading the way in Group B. Jack Treadle and Jake Womack on 4 points, whilst for Ross Montgomery and Richard Rowlands, not enough W's for them, just 2 points apiece. That's the state of play in Group B. We're back underway tonight from 10 on Pluto TV. But this afternoon, it's all about the resumption of Group C. And this is what we saw on Thursday as Minear, well, he moved clear.
He didn't want to hit the treble. Seen it done, but a chance here for Croft. It's a chance, it's Bull, and he takes it with real aplomb. Joe Croft at times look absolutely fantastic. You have to say for Scott Taylor, this has to go. Bullseye will make it go. Oh, what a save. What a shot.
Scott Taylor.
Oh, this is special. That's Alex Small.
Alex Small.
That is what he can do. 3 tops. Perfect first. Wonderful second. And a splendid third. Wonderful camera angle just to demonstrate the eye line that Neil Minear had.
So this is the state of play, a fairly uniform table as far as Group C is concerned. Neil Minear leading the way, 10 points to his name. Alex Small, the closest challenger, on 8 points. Interesting session yesterday. It was actually a fairly good watch, if the truth be told. But Neil Minear was the player at the top of the table. May not have the best stats of anyone yesterday, but one thing he was able to do was claw the good things together when they mattered.
Yeah, timing once again, how important is that? And just give him a dart or a double. This was one of his real highlights when he was pretty comfortable in the game. That lovely 120 finish there. But it was when he was under pressure, when he was second best in matches, he was able to pull out some fantastic finishes. I was really, really impressed with him. And I was asked the question about 12 months ago, which player would you like to see? I think there's a Neil Minear in every town. So he's that quintessential county player. He's played over 150 times for Cornwall, but doesn't travel. MODUS Super Series now is offering the opportunities to players like that who will go through the ADC system. And it's great to see. No surprise to me, won 5 out of 5.
If we were to give you a massive sheet of stats about yesterday's action, and we didn't tell you the league positions that they were in, you probably would say that Alex Small was top of the table when you consider the way he played. Yeah,
I really liked his performances yesterday. I think what I really liked, I mean, this was a beautiful 1-3-6, just bang, smack in the middle. That's what he can do. He can frustrate me, Alex Small, because he is that classic player who can throw 110 average and he can throw a 60 average. You're not really sure. But what impressed me most about Alec is when he did lose that fourth game against Neil Minea, he bounced back and won his last game. So, a really important day today. And with Scott Taylor just behind him, that'll be fascinating.
Bradley Ruse finally won yesterday. A player that definitely doesn't shirk his emotions, does he?
Yeah, I mean, I was absolutely delighted he won the game. This 68 finisher. I mean, Spee's behind him. I actually think he wanted him to hit it at one point because, they do create friends. We've seen a match between Bradley and Scott Taylor yesterday, and they've clearly created a bond with each other. There was fist pumping and laughing there. So it's a lovely big W here. Nice to see, but there were few and far between his highlights.
So this is how the bookies look at the week as we head towards the final day of qualification. Adam Savard, a 12-5 favourite. Gary Stone, 3-1 second favourite. Is there anybody there that potentially could represent any kind of value for you, Glenn?
Yeah, Scott Taylor for me at 17-2. I still think he's the best player. Great for Gary Stone that he's already through. Savard has been amazing. But Scott Taylor, in relation to value, he's got work to do today. He can start slowly in weeks. He often finds a way to get to Saturday night, and he has that explosive game come Saturday night as a proven winner.
What does he have to do today to get himself in the position for tomorrow?
Well, I think this head-to-heads with the top two, Minea and Alex Small, are going to be crucial. And just make sure he stamps his authority, get his preparation right. He used Bradley's darts for his first two games yesterday. He went to a tournament on Wednesday night, won it at ease, which is no surprise to anyone, and then decided, which I thought was a strange decision. 2025 hasn't started well for Scott Taylor. Maybe today's the day that starts to get him back to doing what we know he can do on that stage.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series over the course of the day. Our first game of the session is about to get underway, and it sees Neil Minea in action. He could move on to 12 points in the group with victory here. And we sent Sir Glenn over to the interview room early on this morning to have a catch-up with the man from Cornwall.
Neil, 5 out of 5 yesterday, the perfect day. How did you assess it?
Oh, I enjoyed it. They went quite well. I missed a few doubles and that, but overall, I'm very happy with it.
I was once asked the question, Neil, which player would you like to see at the MODUS Super Series? And I don't know why, Neil, but I said you. What does it mean to you, that quintessential county player now applying your trade at the MODUS Super Series?
No, it was brilliant. There's plenty of options out there these days now for anybody to give it a go, really, if they want to put the time in and have a go at it.
A former England international, I'm sure that was your proudest moment. What would it mean for you to qualify for Saturday night? And dare you think about winning it just yet?
No, whatever happens, happens. At the end of the day, I ain't even booked the hotel for tomorrow night. So, let's just see how it goes.
Well, speaking about that, 5 out of 5, what is the plan for today? I mean, have you set yourself a target, or are you just going to concentrate on each game?
I just concentrate on each game. If they go, they go. Every day is different.
And finally, I looked at your social media last night, and you're getting a lot of support. What does it mean to your family, to your friends, you having success here?
Oh, it means the world. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for them at the end of the day. Everybody supports me back home, and I can't thank everybody enough.
I've always been a big fan. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. Appreciate it.
Mr. Durrant asking the questions ahead of Neil Minea's match against Bradley Ruse. Game 1 of 25 over the course of the next 12 hours or so here on Pluto TV. It's a meeting between first and fifth in the league standings. And for Neil Minea is an opportunity to extend his unbeaten run to 6 matches at the beginning of the day. First things first, Paul Hinks is just going to make sure that the board is straight. Both players having a conversation with the referee to check whether that is the case. And so our star man who's refereeing in 4 World Finals will just double check that all is level. Both players look happy enough and continue their final practice darts before the first game of the session gets underway. 2 players who had completely contrasting fortunes. Minea, well, he was perfect. Ruse got his first win of the week on Thursday. What was it in particular about Neil Minnier, Glenn, that you were so impressed by yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, he was solid without being spectacular, and that's a big part of what Neil Minnier is all about. I mean, 150-odd caps for his county. That's his route. That he likes to go down with over 100 wins, often in the A division. So he can play darts. He's represented England at the British Internationals, won both his games there. He's one of those players, Henry. I think there's a Neil Minnier in every town and city that don't often get the opportunity to travel. But, you know, if they did, they would do some real damage. And what the MODUS Super Series offers now is someone like Neil to, you know, pick up that prize at the end of the week, because he's capable. But I would like to see him post a real monster average today, just to tell me that the ceiling is there as well.
Well, you can attest to this yourself due to your previous experiences within the sport, that back in the day and in previous times, you'd have to travel around Europe to get the subsequent ranking points to play an event equivalent to this, whereas now you can win a couple of qualified events literally on your doorstep, just like Neil Minnier has done, and you can play in an arena like this and have success on a big televised stage.
Yep, I mean, that's the plan, that's the target. I mean, it does feel like it's with it only being week one, it's a long way to start thinking about winning. But there's a big prize up this week of £5,000. You know, that'll change the perspective for Neil Minnier. It might give him the opportunity to do a little bit of travelling, but he's a very hard-working player, a real match player, Henry. He's someone where he'll often dictate the pace. However, it was Bradley who also sort of plays fairly methodical. That dictated the pace. He opened it with a sublime 12-darter against Neil yesterday, and we thought on the back of his first win, but he just then went to pieces after that, and Neil just run riot.
And perhaps running riot here in this opening leg of the day.
Yeah, I always think after 9 darts, if you're on 161, 121, 81,
93.
You know, your scoring powers there. It's a good indicator. Decent start from Ruse, but it's advantage Minnier.
$41.
Yeah, we had some fantastic camera angles yesterday, Henry, of the dart of Neil Minnier. I mean, that looks ideal for Bradley, but that type of dart just above the treble is not perfect for Neil Minnier. One of those who throws a really flat dart. Might see it on that angle there. And he just sit above there for the ladder of success.
80.
It just felt like all he had to do was just cushion that off the barrel of dart 2 and it would be in. Bradley Ruse today may only be fed scraps like this 164. He isn't going to take it out to get the break in the opening leg. And 64. So Minnier will return 40. For free and hand in tops to retain the throw in the opening leg. No mistake that time. Minnier. Normal service resumed for Neil Minnier.
Second leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, a 40% average on the doubles yesterday for Neil Minnier. He's saying to his opponents, if you leave me a chance, I'll hit it.
97.
For Bradley, it's been a real trying week here at the Live Lounge. He had a similarly gloomy time of it at the Global Championship at the back end of December. It's fair to say that the last few months haven't quite worked out as planned for the young Dutchman. And perhaps the first time in his career where he's had a real down patch, where he's had to perhaps dig himself out the doldrums.
59.
Yeah, that's where your people around you. I mean, he'll have the answers, whether it's to have a couple of weeks break, if it's to, you know, to really dedicate yourself to your training, whether it's going back to basics and get himself to Super League and local tournaments. He'll have to find an answer. But these darts, I know we're a leg and a tiny
100.
bit in, are 1,000 times better than where the darts are flying yesterday. They were barely reaching the board at times. It looks like he's got a good rhythm, a good throw. He's just up against a player who's searching for his 6th win on the spin.
Is it about the authority of throw as well with Bradley? Because it feels like sometimes when he just drops them low, it feels like he's not throwing them properly and they're not being thrown firm enough.
Yeah, he's a wristy player, so he's a flair thrower. You'll see Neil Manet. I mean, that board from leaving that dart leaving his hand going into the board will be less than 2 seconds.
180. Bradley Car 148.
Whereas Bradley is more finesse. But you still need that thump. And his grouping yesterday, I think one dart over treble 20, he hit tops.
50.
So a lot of work to do.
Car 61.
But this is the area where Manet is so productive.
It's been such an efficient start. For a 2-0 lead and a breaker throw. He's going to have a dart at double top
Game
and
shown the
finds
second
double
leg,
top.
Neil Manet.
And it's 2-0 to Neil Manet in next to no time at all.
Third leg, Neil to
He
third
is
first.
halfway
Game
towards
on.
the haven against Bradley Ruse.
Yeah, lovely 15 darter. And they're the types of sort of finishes where you're going around
60.
the board in preparation with one dart or a double. Like these guys will have been practicing moments before getting on that stage. I called it patterns. You know, I would hit a big 16, a big 3. You know, just go around the side of it and then pretend that you need one dart at tops for the leg.
42.
It's been a great start for Neil. I had a little look at his social media yesterday and he's got an awful lot of support. The Cornwall Massive are really enjoying the fact that he's got the limelight right now.
100.
His family will be very proud watching. And that's all he wanted, Henry.
$60.
Yeah, that's that dart there. It looks inviting, doesn't it? And I would like to see him go
45.
down to treble 19 at that point, but he proved me wrong so many times yesterday by persevering on that treble 20 and often hitting it.
96. $60.
You feel like for Bradley, even if he doesn't win his opening game, you feel like a good performance is important
98.
for him because you get the sense if he gets drubbed here by Neil Manet that perhaps he'll just go through the motions and just accept that his week is over and just play the last 4 matches with the
41.
shoulders slumped, just thinking it just hasn't gone my way.
Well, he's got Arna Spee next, and that's a game that he did win yesterday. Look, the darts are definitely better than
97.
they were yesterday. I was really feeing for him at one time. There was some of the averages which, you know, he wouldn't want us to mention, but you can just see his reaction there.
122. Bradley Car
What he needs to do is not
108.
worry too much and just ping this 108 in. He knows he can do it.
Well, that was meant to be for treble 19 to leave himself
88.
double 60.
Neil
Manages
Carr,
to find the
73.
bullseye of his last start to leave himself on double 10. But Manet, an opportunity for a 3-0 lead. 20 for the bull. Bullseye. Nowhere to be seen.
38. Bradley Car 20.
Yeah, good setup from Bradley. Used that bullseye. Didn't let that second dart affect him. Just getting himself ready. The focus is there. Good marker. When you're winning games, this is easy.
Getting shown
When
the
you're
third
not,
leg.
you say
Bradley
fair
Ruse.
play, and I like the response. I like everything about that Bradley Ruse.
Fourth leg, Bradley to through first. Game on.
Does it mean anything to him, Henry? Well, I think that fist pump at the end tells you everything. Like that.
I spoke to Bradley when play finished on Wednesday, and look, you could tell that he was disappointed. Any player that loses all 15
100.
games in a Group A campaign ain't exactly going to leave cheering smile wider from ear to ear, are they? But he tried to at least look at the glass half full, look at the fact he has another group to go.
95.
But it's felt like the harder he's tried, the worse things have got for him this week.
$42.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like when he's trying to place the dart in the treble. So it's just getting that fine balance of just finding that, just generating that power on the point of release.
100.
And I don't mean forcing the dart, 'cause that's not the way he throws. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely shocking. Absolutely beautiful.
121.
Consistently inconsistent. But he is slowly but surely working his way back into this match. Munir had a
58.
real purple patch of the first couple of legs, but he's just come off the boil a little bit to a degree where Bradley Ruse has been able to get himself back into this contest, and now having broken the third,
One of them,
he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter after 12 to level up at 2 apiece. And let's be honest, when Munir was putting together those first couple of legs, this was a scenario we could hardly envisage.
One of them, 40. Bradley car 98.
Yeah, good response there from Neil. Bradley with a chance of a potential 2-darter. Treble 18 will be the next shot. For double 12, this is so much better. 15-darter.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Bradley Ruse.
Well, at 2-0 down,
like
he
Neil
looked
is
a
first.
bystander
Game
in this
on.
contest, but credit has to go where credit's due. Bradley Ruse has got himself back into the contest and back level at 2-2, and suddenly the question marks will be asked of that man there,
100.
emblazoned in the black and white of Cornwall, who now may for the first time see his back against the wall in this group.
Yes, there's
60.
I'm sure the players in the players area will be cheering Bradley on, because Scott Taylor and Alex Small would benefit if Bradley can get over the line in this game. I think for Neil Munir, when he
100.
come into the building today, if he could just early doors get his couple of wins, he's got Alex Small as his next game. He's almost dipping his toe in for qualification, but this is outstanding, and it's good to see.
One of them, 40.
Just a little nod there from Bradley as he released that second dart into the treble. He's really beginning to feel the task now.
81.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're top of the table. Them dashes seem to creep in the treble 20. There's that low dart start, which we mentioned an awful lot
60.
yesterday, and Henry alluded to at the beginning of this match, but this is tight. It's in the balance. But Munir, you also sense, Henry, that he enjoys a fight. He enjoys a good old 4-3 scrap.
85.
Well, it's what he'll be so used to for so many years, having been involved in the county setup for Cornwall, where you're turning up on a Sunday. You could be going to the other side of the country. And
120.
let's be
The other
honest, where
car
Neil's from, you are
135.
travelling wherever you go away from home just to play this one-off game of best of 7. He will be used to these types of scenarios, to these types of chances,
75.
and to these
Bradley
types
car
of opportunities.
121.
I think based on the fact that Neil's on a finish, he'll start on the 20s, hits it. Does he go big with the 11, or does he go aggressive for the bullseye? And to lead this match,
76. Neil Lucar 60.
And this is a finish that Neil would love. If the first dart sits nicely, he's got an inviting guide for tops, but it was just too low for him, and so double 10, open bed,
shown the
open
fifth flag,
target
Neil Munir.
found. Munir leads 3-2 and a leg away
Six leg
from
Bradley to throw
extending
first.
his
Game on.
unbeaten run at the top of Group C to 6. And for Bradley Ruse, there was just for a moment, not just a glimmer of an opening for him, but it would have allowed Alex Small and Scott Taylor the opportunity
57.
to have really pounced in their next matches when they take on Joe Croft and Arna Spee respectively.
yeah, just the first real shake of the head. We were saying that Bradley's kept
85.
his emotions in check this week. He's a type of player to let you know when things aren't going his way. He set that up really nice, and when your opponent's got one dart, let me tell you, Neil was
One
feeling
of
it
them,
then.
40.
So credit to Neil Munir with that double 10. But a very enjoyable opener.
One of 15 that we're going to bring you this afternoon, and fear not, we're going to be back
80.
with 10 more tonight. Glenn will be bringing you every single dart here on Pluto TV. I bet you can't wait to see what drama will be
82.
provided tonight. Adam Zavada, top of the group.
Yeah, well, Friday is always a fantastic day because we start and put together Saturday nights, and that's when it comes alive in Portsmouth. And there's still
22.
some tickets still available. If the Cornwall Massive is, how big of a journey is it? Henry, you know your geography more than I do down in Portsmouth.
Good part of 5 hours.
Looks like he's on his own then, huh?
Well, if I was driving, probably about 8. 7.5 hours to Sunderland.
Yeah, I quite like my reply. What did you do? Did you
100.
walk?
Bradley car 164.
In that weather, I probably was best off. But Bradley here's got 6 darts from 164 to take this game all the way to a last leg decider. Not to be on this particular occasion.
100.
And that solid ton leaves himself on 64 for Minnie, averaging 84.5. His doubles are okay, but it's just felt
58.
a little
Bradley
bit of a
Ricard,
lethargic
64.
start to the day.
I think it deserves to go the distance. I think Bradley Ruse has played his part, and double 16 will take him.
48.
It's an opening for
Bradley
Minea.
car 156.
For the first time in the day, we can say this is for the match. What a start. It's on.
Game
6
shot
of
of
the
the match,
best. Neil Minea goes from strength to strength. And when he's asked the question, he often delivers. What a way to finish. A 156 from Neil Minea. The man from Cornwall is on a mission and he's enjoying every second. But just a quick word about Bradley Ruse. He played his part there. I think hopefully he sees the positives. He's got a big game coming up next, a game he'll fancy his chances. But that was all about Neil Minea. He saved the best till last. He moves on to 12 points and we move on to game 2. It's Joe Croft against Alex Small.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Neil Minear got his 6th consecutive win in Group C of a 4-2 success over Bradley Ruse. Next up for us, Joe Croft up against Alex Small. Alec begins the day on 8 points and in second position, and he can move 6 points clear of his opponent Joe Croft in that particular position and deal a huge blow to Crofty, because it would put him 6 behind the wild card with just 8 points thereafter to play for. But it was a strong end to the day for Crofty after what was a lackluster start. The 31-year-old who played at the Tour Championship last year, but needs a big start here today, Glenn. Realistically has to win this opening match, drop points off at Alex Small, and hope from that point onwards he can build a bit of momentum as the day moves forward.
Yeah, he started well yesterday. I know he's working an awful lot in trying to get the mindset right and not show too much emotion up there. Well, it was tested.
First leg, Joe to throw first. Game on.
He looked $1 million early doors yesterday, and then it all went a little bit pear-shaped, but I saw the positives. He's on a... I usually hate the term, but he's on a real journey. He knows where he wants to be. He's got the tools of the trade.
140.
A really nice throw when the first one goes. Against the times the erratic, often
41.
dynamic Alex Small. He was a delight to watch yesterday. He really was.
We know when Alex Small's at the hockey,
125.
it's not going to take a while, whether a game finishes 4-0 or 4-3. Here's the darting
85.
equivalent of a whippet is the wild card when he gets going.
Yeah, I would prefer him to be more of a greyhound, because I just think he needs to just be slightly more measured.
140.
The old Alex Small wanted to come to the fore yesterday, and I think that's when he was getting more erratic. I think just a slightly
100.
more
Joe
measured
Car 96.
is going to be beneficial in the medium to long term, but Croft has started beautifully.
Number 19. It's not going to be found with dart 2, but he has got plenty of time on his side. He's got off to
76.
the much quicker start of the pair in this contest, leaving himself on a double after 12 darts on his throat.
105. Joe Car 20.
For the opening leg on throw. We chatted about doubles
Finish on
this
the
morning.
first leg,
That's been his
Joe
Achilles heel. I'll tell you what, if he can start
Second leg,
getting
Alex
a
Small
percentage
first.
similar
Game
to
on.
Alex Small yesterday, who averaged 47% on the outer ring, and Neil Minear was averaging over 40%,
57.
and Joe Croft would be taking his game to the next level, but he's working hard on that.
We can make an argument, Glenn, that actually the scoring wasn't too far off one another, because Joe's overall average was 84.34,
75.
but that was hampered a lot by 27% on his doubles, whereas Alex Small averaged 87.91, but was 47% on the doubles, a 20% gap with only a few points between them on the average. So you can suggest that they're probably scoring to a very similar level, but when it's coming to the nitty-gritty in terms of
45.
yesterday's action, Alec was able to gobble up more chances than his opponent could.
180.
He's been terrific, Alex Small. He really has. And I didn't think it would be a stat would be talked about in relation to Alec, because that's what I think of Alex Small when I see him. He's that electrifying,
55.
dynamic 180 hitter. But he was just monstrous on his doubles yesterday.
96.
Also had 4 tub plus checkouts, including the 136, which was the highest that we saw in the session yesterday. He's on a ton plus here to square up at 1 apiece. And so far, it feels like this is a
100.
contest
Alex
where
Car
the player
108.
throwing first is getting so much more joy. Treble 17 would have given him a dart at tops, but he's going to
76.
return for 32 with Croft, just like Small was in leg 1 against the darts, a furlong away.
Well, we've waxed lyrical about his doubles
97.
so far.
Alex Car 32.
Today's a new day.
Game shot on the second leg. Alex
Really
Small.
nice, because they were well thrown darts the first two, and he used them 2 darts.
Third leg, Joe to
Just
throw
moved
first.
across the
Game
hockey.
on.
Opened the bed, and a good start from both. Here's a question for you, Henry. Has he always been known as the wild card?
140.
Because I don't remember. The information I had that was his nickname. But I don't remember chatting about that. Or is that something he's
140.
introduced in the past 12 months?
Well, I think he's added the to it, but for as long as I can remember, I've known
140.
Wildcard to be a part of the Alex Small itinerary. I may be stood corrected on
140.
that. But actually, this is the first leg in this contest where the player against the throw has actually stood up to the player with the darts a little bit. And if Joe Croft cannot find a treble here, he may find
57.
himself in a little bit of trouble because Small is looking to find the break that he needs at some point in this contest. And he's going about his business
139.
beautifully.
Joker 164.
Yeah, if I'm being ultra miserable, I would like to have seen him use the bullseye with the last time. If he didn't fancy the 180.
60.
Why are you being so miserable?
Joker
for?
82.
Just trying to improve him as a player. Centre of the board, big 17. Tops to shut me up.
42. Joker 104.
Well, Small has had a dart to break throw, Croft to save throw, looking at 104. 86 left, so treble 18 would have given him a dart at double 16, and so Small is going to get 3 more in hand to get the all-important break he needs and to get a real foothold in this contest.
56.
A game which is more important for Joe
Alex
Croft to win than it
40.
is for Alex Small. But it is
Each
the
on the
wild
third leg,
card
Alex
that
Small.
gets the first break of the contest.
Do you know what I admired there as Joe Croft
Fourth
was
leg,
throwing
Alex,
his
you throw
darts?
first. Game on.
I was keeping an eye on Alec behind because when I've watched him before, he can be very fidgety when he's not throwing a dart. He can be walking.
100.
He can be using a lot of nervous energy by looking at what the dart player was doing. He just stood behind Crofty and he remained very calm, smashed in the tops. Another really
135.
great start to the day, this Group C campaign.
You feel like these are two players
60.
that can really feed off one another. The way both players play the game in terms of pace, but also the two personalities as well. They're not afraid to let those personalities out at key moments.
60.
I don't think they'll be offended either if somebody else at some point, if say a big tub plus checkout went, let out a bit of gumption.
76. $98.
You feel like this is a crucial point of the contest. Small looking to reaffirm the break and open up a 2-leg gap, and that 171 there leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12. And Croft, who was just looking to make inroads back into this match, now finds himself on the back foot again.
Remember, Alex Small is a champion, a champions
140,
winner.
Alucard
One of the
94.
toughest competitions to win. He's got the pedigree. I like that. For double 6.
82.
Really like that
Joker
pretty old
68.
school way to go on that 94. And Croft, this is the area of the game he's been working on so much.
It's 1 dart, a double 16.
36.
To break the throw, to
Alucard
level the match
12.
up, it's an opportunity wasted.
He's been very mature on the doubles as Alec. Now that heart race will be
Getting shown
pumping,
the
but he's up
fourth
for the
leg, Alex
challenge
Small.
again. And very unfairly, Henry, I'm waiting for Alex Small to
Fifth leg, Jody through first. Game on.
sort of hit that wall, which I often expect him to do at times. And he's proved me wrong so much. Yes, he had that one dodgy game yesterday, but I would give him a real 8 out of 10 for his MODUS Super Series play this week.
180.
Whereas Joe Croft hits his first max of the match, Alex Small will know if he wins this game, he just
80.
gives himself an extra possible little bit of wiggle room, particularly over Joe Croft. You'd effectively, from that point, feel as if his match against Scott Taylor could be a shootout. But hang on a minute.
180.
Crofty's gone back to back.
It's been a fabulous Group C so far.
60. Joker
Are we about to see a real magic moment? He loves the game. He wants to go at the very top. He looks cool.
57.
Well, that would have been some story, wouldn't it? The Croft name has
57.
an
Joker
ancestral
84.
history in this sport. And it would have been some story if Joe Croft had found a 9-darter there. But he has got plenty of time on his side to bring it back to 3-2,
52.
and he is going to leave himself on double 16 upon his return.
Yeah, focus and patience is really
96,
important now,
Joe
because when you've been on
32.
the 9, your body is doing different things. That, you know, the adrenaline is pumping. So right now he has to stay really focused.
Getting shot on the
And
fifth
fair
leg,
play to
Joe
him.
Croft.
Another good game, Henry. Been treated to some good stuff today.
Sixth leg,
Yeah, it's been a quality start to this
Game on.
Group C session. Croft averaging in excess of 93. Alex Small's average, just because of
76.
how lackluster the scoring was in the previous leg, has actually dropped down to an 88. He's been averaging around the 90 mark throughout the duration of this contest. But Joe Croft is just beginning to go
140.
through the gears a little bit here. He played okay in the first few legs, but it just feels like he's beginning to
96.
unlock another level.
Yeah, Alec will not want to go to the 7th and final leg because Joe would have the darts. And the way he's finding the treble 20 at the moment, it'd be tough to
60.
catch. But he's back on level playing field here, and that dart there means advantage Small. That's what Alex Small's been doing
180.
this week. He is providing some real big hitting stuff. He's backing it up with the doubles. It's just a very mature Alex Small.
140.
He's got an opportunity here to see this game off once and for all and to put himself onto 10 points in the group. He's not going to do it with a 149. He's not going to find a
59.
treble either.
Joe Lucar,
And so Croft to
161.
send us all the way.
Absolutely perfect. He'll go back to that treble 20 because it's inviting for more.
92.
Just a slip
Ali
into
Lucar,
treble 5.
90.
But a chance for Small to take the proceedings. Bullseye. What
Getting
a
shot in the
way
match,
to finish
Alex
the match. Alex Small. So mature. So proficient on the doubles and the finishing. And Joe Croft hit him hard. And for Joe Croft, that could be difficult to bounce back. You sense you had to win all 5 games today for qualification. But Alex Small has been absolutely magnificent. And look at those numbers. Joe Croft will see them as he goes past into the players area. If you'd have offered him a 95 average and a couple of 180s, 33% on the doubles, he'd have taken that. But Alex Small, he's playing superb darts, the darts we expect from him. And he says, Scott Taylor, over to you. And he's up next against Arna Spee.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Alex Small got the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 2. That means he now moves on to 10 points in the group and has a temporary 4-point gap over Scott Taylor in that last automatic spot. He takes on Arne Spee. It's the 5th renewal between the pair this week. Taylor, who finished 4th in Group A before dropping into this Group C, begins his session in 3rd spot, having rallied 3 wins on day 1, up against Arne Spee, for whom yesterday was the first day he didn't taste victory. 0 points from his day on Thursday. He will be hoping that come Friday he'll have better fortune, particularly in the finishing department. The scoring, there wasn't too much in terms of issues. 8 180s for the day, and calling all the 180s for the remainder of the week is Paul Hinks, referee of 4 World Championship finals over the course of a illustrious career, and he calls forward Scott Taylor to throw the first dart of this contest.
41.
Yeah, Scott Taylor hasn't gone well for him so far, has it? With wins for the 1st and 2nd place.
100.
So he's just got to concentrate on his own job, and he's got some real big head-to-heads to come. The snarl was there yesterday, Henry.
97.
I always feel he's at his best when he's growling and snarling his way through matches.
140.
Arne found power score the like of which we haven't seen throughout the rest of the week, but the Achilles heel of doubles came back to
97.
really rear its head, and perhaps that was the difference between Arne Spee being pointless in the group and perhaps a man that could have maybe
60.
found himself just on the periphery of the mix today.
Yeah, played in the group there, didn't he, with a real smile on his face, but yesterday was showing real disappointment and frustration. Definitely against Bradley Ruse as well, although he was splendid in support when the winning double went in. A throw of lichen to David Evans this week, Henry.
100.
I'm sure Scott gets some shivers when he hears the name David Evans. And 2 good pals back in Lancashire.
101.
When he gets a word in edgeways, that is.
Wow. Well, Spee can't get down to a double.
45.
And that
He's got the car,
drift into the
99.
one. You saw the frustration, but he's going to get a dart or a double. It's tops.
59. Under the car, 56.
And so Arne has got a break opportunity here. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double top. Now double 10.
46.
But just
Got
like
the car,
yesterday,
40.
opportunities are being spurned at the doubles for Spee. And so Taylor comes back for trusty tops to take the opening leg. He drifts wide and inside. It's a mess of an opening
32.
leg for the former
Under the
champion.
car, 10.
Yeah, Spee didn't have a clue because he was looking at the floor frustrated at those missed darts at a double. More frustration pending. Double 2 to save his bacon.
6. Scott the car, 8.
Well, get the scrappy leg out the way early, lads. Double 2.
4.
Clips
Under
the
the
wrong
car,
side off the
4.
barrel. And so Arno is back for the same target.
Getting shown the first leg.
And this time,
and
no
Spee.
mistake. And Spee gets the break.
Yeah, this is a match yesterday where
Second leg
Scott
under the
Taylor
first. Game on.
averaged 105 plus against Spee. I won't tell him what his average is at the moment after one leg.
Safe to
58.
say it's a few points off.
$180.
Such a natural player. He's got that real balance of being a proven winner. Big score. He's got a lot of bottlers, Scott Taylor.
45.
When he lost them first 2 games yesterday, I was asked the question, can he still qualify?
85.
I just don't think a Saturday night without Scott Taylor was going to happen. But Alex Small's looking ridiculously good. Neil Minnie looks so solid.
97.
But Scott Taylor mustn't overlook Spee.
And usually it's these types of games when
123.
a player of the calibre of Scott Taylor is seeing his back up against the wall. Usually the games against the top players, the ones that aren't the issue, it's usually these types of games against
96. Got the car,
opposition below him that
113.
can cause the problems if they aren't to make it through. He finds himself 1-0 down here, but has time on his side to square up
27.
and break back. And he's going to leave himself on a single to double after 12. Missed 6 darts to
57.
win the
Got
opening
car,
leg of this
56.
contest. He's going to get a couple more here to level up at 1-1. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Finally
second leg,
goes.
Scott Taylor.
Yeah, I found it incredible to find
Third
out
leg
that
Scott's through first. Game on.
he played quite a brutal group here. He has to then go through this group, save a couple of days, and hopefully play a Saturday, and still had the time to go to a competition on Wednesday night.
93.
And we know how tough the competitions are around the Portsmouth area, and apparently he won it with ease.
Well, if you think this week's group
39.
play is tough, Glenn, have a look at next week's. 3 players who dropped off the tour at the end of 2024 are all playing
83.
in that group, including Simon Whitlock, including Ralby John Rodriguez, and including Graham Hall, who actually we saw here in Portsmouth
99.
in the first Modus Super Series, was a big name player back in Southampton. Andy Hamilton, who made it to the last Champions Week, is going to be in there. Steve Robertson, perhaps the unknown quantity, the ADC UK qualifier. But do not discount Andreas Nicolaou of Cyprus. He can play.
How dare you overlook Steve Robertson? Longshanks,
180.
Scottish international, and the qualifier from North East. How dare you?
I never said I was overlooking him. I just said
I
I don't
am.
know too much.
I'm up.
134.
I hope he loses 4-0 every game.
145.
Hi, Steve.
Then Group C next
91.
week, Jensen Walker, James Hubbard, Paul Dawson. And then Group B, well, that's like a comeback to some of your greatest hits, Glenn. Jamie Hughes, Martin Adams in there with Ashley Coleman.
54.
Yeah, good shot. I think it's a fabulous week, but it's all about Scott Taylor right now. He's put the afterburners on.
14. Under the car, 132.
Time for a bit of champagne? Well, if there is, he's going to have to do so via a block bullseye, but he's not going to have to worry about that now.
104.
But Scott
Scott
Taylor
McCall,
is having a
40.
treacherous time at tops. But
He's on the
eventually
third
he
leg, Scott
finds
Taylor.
his most faithful double to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg under through first. Game on.
Yeah, the in-play table is looking exciting, and what's really good is the fact that those matchups
81.
with Scott Taylor at the back end of play. But please don't miss the next game. It'll be top against second, 10 points
100.
against 10 points. Alex Small against Neil May. It was one-sided yesterday. The table will play a real big part.
96.
Realistically, every other player in the group wants Neil Minnier to win. I think they'd be happy for him to run away with the group now, and then he could be on their side.
57.
And then Alex Small's just being kept at bay. And Scott Taylor have the opportunity in the next round of fixtures when he takes on Joe Croft. That would effectively be a winner-takes-all game. The
135.
loser of that will probably be gone from the equation. The winner would be able to perhaps apply the most surmountable pressure
60.
upon Small should there be a slip-up from the wild card against the man from Cornwall.
Yeah, we've got some serious floaters as well now.
59.
Haven't we? Joe Croft is probably, it's going to be tough for him to qualify from here now without doing all the calculations, but it becomes that player where He can beat anybody at any time.
59.
No one likes to see
Under
a
the car,
floater come from
130.
nowhere. Spee has got 6 and 130 to square up at 2 apiece.
45.
He's himself at 85. Taylor nowhere to be seen. But this is the point of the leg where every now and then he likes to pop up with a
58.
bit of a surprise.
Under
But
the
the
car,
scoring
85.
radar's just gone off kilter somewhat. And so Spee for 2-2. Has 2, a double top.
45.
I think the
Score
one
the car,
thing for Arne Spee is when you
167.
have a week at the MODUS Super Series, you can look at your strengths and weaknesses. And he needs to, if he's going to start taking on the
94.
the
Under
real
the car,
big players
40.
and have aspirations of winning titles, hitting doubles, he needs to improve on. Because he's dominated this leg,
Getting
but
shot on the
gets over the
fourth leg,
winning line in the
Arne
end.
Spee.
I like what I see. I like the fundamentals of the throw. I like his
Fifth leg,
scoring
Scott to
power.
third first.
His
Game on.
attributes seem good. He seems like he has a good mentality. He just needs to find a way of hitting those doubles. But worrying times here for Scott
93.
Taylor.
Just when it looked like he was beginning to get a real stranglehold of this contest, his vice-like grip
60.
has evaporated. The game is level at 2-2. And it does feel like this game is just beginning to get a little bit
81.
scrappy, just a little bit edgy out there.
I always think, Henry, you're one of the go-to people in relation, but were you surprised at a few of the players who are coming back to the
42.
MODUS Super Series who didn't get their tour card? Andreas Harrison, Jimmy Van Skee, Scott Taylor, the names go on and on. Why are
100.
they so good on that stage and not doing it at the Q School?
Because perhaps as well, I think we speak so often about how different
81.
environments can do different things to players. And I think there's certain players, and we talk about floor players and stage players and players that play
82.
well in certain venues in comparison to others. I think for someone like Andreas Harrison, he's just found a home here at the Super Series. Not to say he's not a good player in other arenas. He's won Challenge Tour
85.
titles and
Got the car,
other things.
145.
Q School, the same as it has for Wesley Plaisir, has not worked out for him. Good players can fail at Q School, but Taylor looking to find the 145. That's bounced out the treble 15. What can go wrong has gone wrong there for Scott, but luckily for him, he has got
85.
time on his side. He is going to come back 460 to lead this game 3-2.
Really like that last dart, though. He's just give himself a moment to leave a two-darter. The obvious thing to
44.
do was go back
Got
to
the car,
treble
60.
15. Time on his side. Spee on 189.
Getting shot on the fifth leg,
And that
Scott
all
Taylor.
goes back to that 25 that he hit after the bounce out there. I like that play. Split second
Six leg,
decisions.
Arne to throw first. Game on.
But yeah, just going back to the point I was making, you look at Wesley Plaisir, who for so many years, if he hasn't been the best, has been one of the
45.
best consistently without a tour card, whether it been the WDF system, whether it had been here or in other arenas. He's been one of the best. But Q School just never, for some reason,
55.
worked out. For Darryl Pilgrim, for so many years, didn't quite work out until this year. Which maybe also represents the point that Q School can give you great
45.
players to come through, but may not always bring you the players that are at their absolute best right now either.
46.
Although some of the players that did get their cards, perhaps not a surprise when you've seen him here this year. Marvin van Velzen,
58.
you'd expect. Victor Tienschon was somebody I would have given a chance. I didn't think he'd play as well as he did to get it, though. Kai Gotthardt, not a surprise whatsoever. And then you look
45.
at UK Q School, Justin Hood and Jim Long, two people to give chances. Bradley Brooks basically won it on day one. Darryl Pilgrim's been knocking at the door. Adam Lipscomb's an amazing story. Cam Crabtree knocked at the door.
99.
Annie Bolton, at some point you would have expected to have got it right.
135.
And they're players as well you expect to make a mark on the Pro Tour. I mean, you look at Connor Scott and the inroads that he made last year is actually good enough to potentially
59.
put him into the match play this year.
Yeah, I think Darryl Pilgrim has got this firepower to do some damage. Kai Gotthardt, I'm a big
41.
fan of. Well, Scott Taylor's just hit the skids a little bit here.
There is a point I want to make, but we'll make it in the next game as we reach a 10th point here.
37.
Taylor may feel like he's got 6 here from 179 to wrap it up. Arno is left on 138. But Taylor, courtesy of that 2 treble turn, leaves himself on a single to double combo if this doesn't go, and it won't.
Yeah, some of the setup play for Scott Taylor.
98.
Superb. A lot of pressure on this. It is against the throw, but it is for the match. He needed to win this game and does win the game. Scott Taylor says to Neil Mania and Alex Small, don't write me off just yet. But we have got some really big games coming up for Scott Taylor. He still has the top 2 to play. It was a match where, yeah, a little bit down on his averages there. It was a little scratch at the head who went off, but most importantly was just get that win under your belt. He averaged 105 against Arne Spee yesterday, so he knows his game is there. The 2 points were crucial. Talking about crucial, game 4 is going to be an absolute belter. Don't miss this one. It's top against second. It's Alex Small against Neil Mania.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor beat Arne Spee by 4 legs to 2 to complete the first round of fixtures on this Friday afternoon. Game 4 sees Alex Small and Neil Mania go head-to-head on the Live Lounge stage. Win a piece for this pair, the top two. It's a big match at the top of the table. Munir can extend his lead to 4 points at the top of the table, move on to 14 and put himself at the very worst on the brink of qualification. 2 more wins will automatically secure his passage because 16 points means you can no longer be surpassed in a Group C scenario.
First
Up
leg,
against
Alex,
Alex
you throw
Small that
first.
can also put himself in a
Game
strong
on.
position. He could put himself 4 points clear of Scott Taylor in third with a victory in this one. And you get the sense, unless you're physically Alex Small
134.
yourself, everybody else in this group will want Neil Munir to pick the points up.
Well, that's exactly what the case was yesterday, because Neil Munir demolished a very disappointing Alex Small.
140.
That's been the only performance that Alex Small hasn't excelled in this week. He will be delighted with his game.
99.
He's a big thinker of the game, is Alec. He's someone who's always asking questions about what you'd recommend, what you would do.
It's a refined balance between the
83.
enthusiasm of wanting to learn, but then also letting some of that natural ability also take care of itself.
I always say that they've got the answers. You can
98.
advise, but as long as you're practicing hard and, you know, getting that balance. He's working full time. He's not doing an awful lot of ADCs. He's done no WDF or Challenge 2, or he didn't go to Q school because he said he had the
140.
flu.
Alex 170.
So, I mean, Alex, with the talent that he's got, can achieve things in the game.
86. Neil
But it's not easy, as
138.
we all know.
Munir, first opportunity on the 138 isn't going to go, and so Small will come back for the 84 to take out the
58.
ulting leg on
Alex
throw.
84.
May just be a dart at the bullseye on the back of this. And it is the bullseye. Perfectly
on the first
pitched and
leg, Alex
perfectly
Small.
found. He won the game on the bullseye against Joe Croft, and he's
leg, Neil
kick-started
with
this
the
match
first.
on the very
Game on.
same target. 1-0 Small.
$100.
It's amazing what confidence can do for you. Alex is just, he's flying, isn't he, right now?
140.
Like I say, if you don't know a great deal of Alec, he is a player. I met him in 2016 when he was representing the boys as a Welsh international
55.
up in Glenrothes in Scotland. And yeah, I often sort of wondered what he was doing. And then when he won the Champion of Champions, which is a
60.
tough thing to do, isn't it?
Best of 3 legs all the way through. It's essentially what the old News of the World tournament used to be, where you have to physically qualify through your own pub or social
60.
club to then get through to the next round and the next stage, and then play in the finals in Cardiff. Every single match is played over best of 3, the most volatile format within the sport. And if it was the Champion of Champions format, he'd be looking at 1-2-1 for the match right now. But this 1-2-1 is to double his lead and to put him halfway towards beating Neil Munir,
60.
who's hardly had a
Alex
footprint in this
121.
contest so far.
So explosive right now.
65.
He's a 2-darter. Plan A didn't work, but Plan B is good. He looks deep in concentration there. I'm liking this version of Alex Small.
123.
Restricting his
56.
opponent to nothing so far. Can he further constrict the man from Cornwall? He's going to
36.
give him a look at the
Neil
103.
103.
Just a little bit of composure when he's down on those finishes. Don't give this man any chance. 84 points left. Treble 20 or treble 16 will be the target.
55. Alex 20.
Measured and composed, Alex Small. Big deep breath there. He's feeling it. This is almost impossible.
10.
But the leg
Neil
that he was in so
48.
much control of is a leg that he could leg slip. Double 16 for Munir. And that would have been a
32.
steal.
Alex 10.
Statistically, the two best doublers in this Group C campaign.
Game show on the
But he
second
gets
leg.
any and
Alex
well
Small.
deserved. Just brush that off. I like that. That's just
So
like
like
a
Alex is
reset, a
through first, Steve.
refocus, a little shake of the head, just a bit of relief. And then back on the job again.
95.
What he can't afford to do, though, is to let those missed doubles of the previous leg affect him and let it fester into this leg. We see it so many times that a player starts off so well,
60.
misses a few doubles, and then that can then set the train of thought again when they're back thrown in the scoring phase of a leg. But it's not deterring Small here, not one bit.
177.
And just looking ahead, his next game's against Spee. He's the one who's got that momentum right now. That's the question at the end of play yesterday. I was almost, I'm waiting for Alex Small to hit the wall. Far from it. He's getting better and better. He's
59.
was averaging over 100 in this game for the majority. He's just dipped now to round about 93. But that's good enough to lead this match 2-0 and looking good for 3-0.
100. Aliokar,
As for
170.
Menier, he had those couple of opportunities, but they came on the back of a whole host of Alex Small misses. He has been pretty much a passenger in this contest so far. Alex Small has been able to
102.
do what he needs to do at his own pace, and usually when it comes to his own pace, it's very, very quick, and he could very quickly be in a 3-0 lead here if he could dispatch of this 68.
140. Aliokar, 68.
A little bit of pressure from the man from Cornwall. Pressure. What pressure.
Inch on the third leg,
Absolutely
Alex
outstanding, Alex Small. It was 4-0. A rout yesterday for Menier.
Fourth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
Alex Small is walking and talking the talk right now.
When it's a nil here, Alec
180.
could actually move top of the table. Suddenly it's Neil Menier that may well be looking behind his shoulder somewhat.
85. $40.
Yes, I got my cheeses wrong yesterday. I was thinking Menier was a cheese. It's Penier, isn't it? You're looking at me with your veneers.
100.
I can understand why so many people are cheesed off with you, Glenn. Puns like that.
That wasn't meant to be. I genuinely thought it was
60.
a cheese. Nothing cheesy about this performance from Alex Small. Ton behind here.
60.
So a good chance even here just to get on the board and just make Small think. That's one thing Neil Menier does. Is probably takes him around about 15 seconds to throw his
85.
3 darts. Whereas Alex Small, I reckon he could throw 3 darts in less than 5 seconds.
Well, he's not let the slow start grate on him, has he?
96.
Neil
Neil
Menier.
Car, 136.
And an opportunity to get his first leg on the board in this contest. He's not going to take out the 136. Small's going to have a chance to win it on the 160, and it would be some way to steal the
60.
show. Neil Menier
Aliokar,
won his
160.
first match of 156. Could Small win it with something bigger? No is the answer on this occasion.
60.
No way.
Neil Car, 76.
Just the 1 dart, a double. And that's
Inch
all
on
he
the
needs.
fourth leg,
He is
Neil
so
Menier.
adept at that type of finish. So have a look at the in-play table now.
Fifth
That
leg,
winning
Alex to
leg
throw first.
goes
Game
in,
on.
and that's how it changes, just by that one solitary leg. That's how close it is, and how tight it is between the pair of them.
97.
But the most important stat is that one on the right, the 12 points, and Scott Taylor is probably in the players area looking at that. They see that screen that you're looking at, and he has got a serious
100.
amount of work to do because Menier and Small are playing really well.
Yeah, this is a result that does, realistically,
100.
nobody other than Alex Small a favour. It means that Taylor will probably have to now complete the card if he stands any chance. It puts Neil Menier in perhaps a little bit more
95.
peril than perhaps one thought this morning. But it puts this man here in such a good position.
26.
But just to score 26 there is allow Menier on the small throw to make some inroads.
98.
Ever been down to Cornwall, Glen? It's a lovely part of the world.
80.
Yes, I went down with County when I was representing Cleveland. That's when I was sort of first introduced to Neil Minea. There's a couple of really good players in that area.
96.
I do remember their ladies' A team were outstanding.
Cornwall don't have a
93.
capital. False or
Neil
true?
the car 112.
He's fighting his way back into this game. However, can't see out the 1-1-2
88.
and small
Neil the car
returns for the match.
105.
To put himself top of the league table, but he's not going to do so now. And a scrap of a visit
61.
will be
Neil the car
just
24.
what Neil Minea would have loved to have heard. 2 12s. It's down for double free, and if this doesn't go,
Yeah, he
Small
showed the
was
fifth
back
leg,
for the
Neil
match.
Minea.
But Neil Minea is slowly but surely creeping himself back into the contest.
Six-leg Neil to through
He
first.
trailed this match by
Game
3
on.
legs to 0. He's brought it back on throw and brought it back to 3-2, and he has the darts in his hand to take us all the way.
So whatever happens now, Minea will stay top,
60.
even if Alex Small does win this game. But I sat in this seat last night about 1 o'clock this morning in the early hours and watched Jake Womack twice
60.
come from 3-0 behind and win a match, the American. Neil Minea has got the ascendancy right now. I was just looking outside our window as Minea is smashing that treble 20 to bits right now.
180.
And Alex Small just squinted his eyes when the last dart went into that double 3. What a match!
180.
You could have fitted them into a round mint.
Why didn't you just say polo?
Other
30.
brands are available.
One of them 40.
Backs that 180 up with a 140 as well. That score of 30 from Minea has given the advantage. Small. Minea needs to find a treble
45.
and doesn't.
Alex
6
Small,
darts
121.
for Alex Small from 1-2-1.
He's going to need the full quota.
41.
And there has been a case that over the last couple of legs, around this stage, he's just began to throw in 1 or 2 wild visits. But he is going to come back to see this contest through. What pressure can Minea apply? He's
100.
going to leave
Alex
himself on a
80.
2-darter. But for Alex Small, it's an opportunity to move himself further clear. He's had to spurn one, which means he's only going to get one. A double 10.
60.
And he's not gonna
Neil the
take
car,
it.
86.
He just got a little bit scrappy. I didn't have the confidence that was going to go. But when Neil Minea is so solid, so strong, double 8.
70. Alex car 20.
And so this time, Small has 3 in hand. Double 10 for a priceless 2 points. The wild
He's on the
card
match,
may have
Alex
just
Small.
played his joker card. Alex Small with 2 points, which puts him in a precious position and puts it on Scott Taylor and co for the rest of the day. It puts Neil Minea back in amongst the mix. For Alex Small, that is a huge, huge win. He talks about some of the key moments of that match through his opponent and Paul Higgs as they depart the stage. But it is that man who walks back down off stage that prevails the winner. Alex Small, the 4-2 win against Neil Minea. Coming up after the break is the Battle of the Dutchmen as Bradley Ruse takes on Arne Spee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the live loud cheer with Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. We are 4 games down, and all 4 games have gone 4-2 up to press. The latest before the break saw Alex Small get the better of Neil Menier. Arna Spee and Bradley Ruse go toe-to-toe in our 5th game of the session, the 5th renewal of this rivalry this week. Heavily weighted 3-1 in the favour of Arna, having won all 3 meetings in Group A. But yesterday, Bradley got his first win of the week, all told, against Spee. It's the only win, as I say, that he has managed to ascertain so far.
First leg, Bradley
pushed Neil Menier close, a 4-2 scoreline. It was a game which felt a little bit closer than that as well. Averaged 83.5, 2 from 6 on his doubles. There was signs of perhaps some better stuff from Bradley there. And I think both will feel like, because they've both been at the bottom end of the table with one another all week long, that it is a game that is more realistic to win than any other that they will play in any group that they are in. They have Arna as the favourite, the odds compilers, to win this contest. 1.6 on compared to 2.38 against from Bradley Ruse by some odds compilers. It is 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Bradley won this game 4-3 yesterday. It was a rusing win for Bradley, I suppose you could say. But can he double up here, Glenn?
100.
Well, I really enjoyed his performance in his first game against Neil Menier. I think he was unlucky not to get something out of that. I sense that Spee has been the better player this week. But yeah, I think it's a good chance for whatever has happened overnight in that first game. He needs to replicate. His balance was awful at the back end of
85.
Yesterday.
$81.
Got to be good to score 185 in this game.
Must have had 4 darts.
140.
Well, the way he's playing right now, it looks like he is. He looks like a different player.
A night and day confidence about Bradley Ruse, whereas for
57.
Arna, yesterday's
WR
downturn in
68.
form came off the back of one of his better days on Wednesday in Group A, where he picked up a couple of scalps. But it's the man who has the scalp back hair,
36.
Bradley Ruse, who was looking to
Under
take out the
Garden,
double 16
67.
there, unable to do so. And so Arna was looking for the 167 and not going to find it.
60. Bradley Car 32.
Well, if the ongoing confidence is going to continue, he doesn't want to really mess about with the doubles in a leg he's dominated. This will frustrate if he misses.
No score. Under the car 107.
Dare I say, that pretty much sums up the week of Bradley Ruse, and this will doubly hurt if this scores, but he needs a treble. Treble 16 was a desired target, so Ruse will be back.
47. Bradley Car 32.
So double 16 to break the deadlock in this match. And that is awkward. Has to shuffle across to his left-hand side. Probably towards the top end of the bed he's looking at. And
Game's
finds
on the
it
first leg,
superbly
Bradley
to the
Ruse.
top corner. 1-0 Ruse.
Second leg Arna through first. Game on.
I don't think Arna thought that was going to be in, or right smack bang in the corner, but looked good enough to me.
100.
I'd say that that's a dart he doesn't hit on Monday or Tuesday.
Or Wednesday or Thursday. It just looks a better play today. I mean, the averages have
57.
been ruined because of those 5 missed darts at a double there for Bradley, but I'm just sort of focusing on him.
97.
Changed his darts on Wednesday. Was playing with a Peterite set for the
60.
first couple of days of Group A before going back to an old set of his, which he won some of his biggest titles with. As for Arna, that's a first 180 of this contest. His first 180 of the day. He had 8 of them all told throughout the course of yesterday's session, and it's a max which leaves himself on a finish
22.
after 9.
Under the car 24. $92.
Yeah, really good play from Spee. I genuinely think there's a dart player in there. Like I say, one thing you do learn. I remember the conversation with Marvin van Velzen. Now, the more times you come to Super Series, the more you learn about your
Under the car
preparation.
32.
I think he's learned a lot. The scoring phase has been there. Can he complement it with a double?
No score.
Luckily for Arna, Bradley is hardly making any moves in this leg whatsoever.
93.
Finds the trouble with his
Under
last
car
up, but still
32.
not good enough to leave himself on a finish. Well, he has got time on his side, and
No
it looks
score.
like he's determined to use up every last second of it.
Well, you mentioned, joking aside, his doubles percentage yesterday. Around about 21%.
56. Under the car 32.
Currently he's north from 6 in this match. On a double, which is so favoured by so many players. And now he's using the Bradley Ruse way of hitting a double 16, but going
No
right
score.
to the
Bradley
top
car
of the bed.
32.
9 missed darts at a double.
Well, this feels a little bit tortoise and hare like this leg, doesn't it? Arna sprinting away in the scoring exchanges, but unable
64.
to cross the finishing
Under car
line.
32.
He has got an opportunity to cross the ticker tape. He's got more at double 16. It's now double 8. A change of target is not going to
16.
lead to a change of
Bradley car
outcome.
68.
Bradley Ruse was a bystander. He was paying to watch this leg, but now he could win it and break.
What's the chance of him 1 dart or a double? What's the chance of 1 dart or a double and it going in? I think it was going for the 16s, but it's tops.
28. Under the car 16.
We are now on to
Game's
dart
on the second
25
leg.
of the
Arna
leg, and
Spee.
eventually Arna Spee gets it done, and even Bradley Ruse
Third
is
leg
glad
Bradley
it's
to turn
over.
first.
To be
Game
perfectly honest, lads, We're all glad that's over.
Yes, if at first you don't succeed, try again. But he gets there in the end.
You said try one more time, you would have sounded
45.
like me.
$140.
No, you've lost me there, Henry.
Well, the frustration really beginning to creep in for Bradley. I actually think one of the things he's been better at times this week is keeping it together,
78.
because we have seen in the past that he can be very reactionary to things, and actually sometimes the slightest thing that could go wrong, which probably isn't in the
60.
grand scheme of things, something go wrong, can sometimes lead to him perhaps losing concentration. I think the problem's actually been with the darts going in. Sometimes actually he's tried to keep himself to
57.
within himself, and some of the disciplinary things we've spoken about with him before actually haven't been problems this week.
100.
Yeah, so frustrating to see, because everything was so correct in that first game. And now it's that dart, you're almost either going to reach the board. That's the problem for him now. So he's beating himself up. His balance, there's more movement in his throw than there was.
59.
Visually, we can see the difference for Bradley in this game. And I think the big winner right now, and he's dominated this past couple of legs, is Spee. It's much of his own
139.
problems that he's missing doubles, but he looks by far the better player.
He's missed a dozen in this match, and they were all in that last leg.
92. Undercar 62.
Yes, he was 2 from 9 in the first game, so doubles has been the problem. Getting to this area's been okay. That's been the
Gauge on the
Achilles
third
heel, but he's
leg.
corrected it
Spee.
in that third leg, and the better player leads 2 legs to
Fourth leg
1.
Arnold through first.
As for Bradley,
Game on.
he's had enough.
I thought you got to see Richie Burnett and the speaker there for a second.
45.
Richie Burnett would drive all the way down from Wales to Portsmouth now if somebody was caught with that speaker.
Were you commentating on the game with Steve Beaton when he
100.
tripped?
Yes. Myself and Laura were, let's just say we found the funny side of what happened there.
140.
Thing about Steve Beaton, so did he. Then again, so did Devin Peterson.
But it was Richie Houser that had the last laugh last week. He picked up the
58.
Legends League title. He's going to be a serious threat at the seniors, isn't he, Richie?
I thought last week was a tremendous success. It was great to see Kersey Vinakainen winning. I thought the Legends
46.
took it to a new level. Some really quality darts, and the introduction of Steve Beaton was the big headline. But Richie Housen, as you alluded to there, is a real start
140.
for any player over the age of 50 who thought their best was over and done with. He's been brilliant in the seniors, and now doing some good stuff here at the MODUS Super Series.
26
60.
world titles between myself, Phil Taylor and Trina Gulliver as well in the studio on Saturday.
Not about you, Henry.
Well, we all have to
59.
contribute something, and I just contributed the filler.
$138.
Badly looking at
Better than
144 to level up
144.
at 2-2, and if he doesn't take it, Arna is back here for 72 to open up a 2-leg gap. Remember, he had trailed 1-0.
75. Undercar 72.
Yeah, better response from Ruse just when I thought he was done and dusted in this game. Now it's awkward. 65 points left, so really the fact that Bradley's on 69 should be 15 bull.
Game show on the fourth leg. Spee.
Well, for a man who could not hit a double whatsoever, he's pinged an absolute couple of beauties in.
Fifth leg Bradley to throw first.
It was the right decision there to go to the
Game on.
15 bullseye. It was just covering the camera angle after that first dart there, but it looked clean as a whistle.
Bradley Ruse cuts the figure of a forlorn man that's had a full-on week here.
96.
He looks like somebody that if you could press a tap-out button and say, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, I think he'd press it. He looks like a man that's just fed up of
125.
continuously losing.
Have you been asked to do I'm a Celebrity yet?
They spoke to my agent and they can't afford my fee.
140.
Spot the lie.
$90.
Yeah, super last start again. Ruse has found something.
$95. $98. Bradley Carwood 70.
6 darts to bring it back to 3-2 from the fish. It's not going to go on this occasion. Brad, it's a bit wide, pal.
Yeah, we've been talking about technology of darts this morning, and wow. I think he's doing the commentary for us there, but I noticed the flight protectors on the dart of Richard Rowlands. I haven't seen flight protectors for a long time. I just noticed there that Bradley's using that as well.
60. Bradley Carr 112.
He's been a little bit all over the place with his past few darts. Treble 20 needed. And Arnie Spee will be back for
56.
the match.
Andrew Carwood 28.
And he pinned the ball at the end of the previous leg, but he's not going to get a go when the ball's on the back of the 128. So Ruse back to cut the gap back down
80.
to 1.
Bradley Carr 56.
Well, I feel like almost the beliefs has gone out of Ruse's game. Can he find something? Can he get back into this match? Double 10 needed.
Game shown the fifth leg.
It
Bradley
just
Ruse.
squeezes in. So Ruse is still in the match, but Arna
Six leg Arna
has
goes
the
through
throw
first.
here to get
Game
the
on.
job done once and for all and to seal his 4th win of the week against his Dutch compatriot.
140.
Oh, what a way to start when you're serving out for the match. Putting all the pressure on Ruse is definitely throwing better all of a sudden.
41.
Arna looking to do what Ben Shelter, the American tennis player, would say, put the phone down on your opponent. Which apparently means when
60.
you school someone that badly, you put the phone down on them and you hang up on them.
Yeah, you don't have to explain, Henry. I do know.
60.
I suppose you're like a burner phone, aren't you? The amount of times it goes off.
55.
Busy man, aren't you?
$97.
Great last start from Ruse. Arnie Spee started this, what he hopes to be the deciding leg with a 140.
45.
Yeah, Treble's just going dry a little bit there. He was just having real problems with gripping the dart.
$139.
Big passage in play. Ruse on the finish to take us all the way. Arna could do with a treble here. He's going to head down for
59.
cover.
Bradley
Cannot
Carr,
find one.
164. $57. Andrew Carr,
Well, this
142.
would be some way to seal it. 142 for Arna Spee. Is it going to go now? And so Bradley has a chance at the 107 to
47.
take this game to a deciding leg.
107.
But that drift once again to leave 95. Because he will be back, but he'll be frustrated. He should have left at least 18,
62.
giving himself that
Andrew
opportunity.
Carr, 95.
Have gone for the tops. Treble 19 or bolt to start. So 76 points left. He went for the double-double.
55.
I doubted
Bradley
that
Carr,
Ruse could
45.
check out with the 2-dart combination the previous, but he got there. This time, this would make the match go the distance.
Double 16 for 3-3.
21.
And a failure to hit has allowed
Andrew Carr,
Arna the
40.
opportunity to complete a 4th win of the week against his fellow Dutchman and to get his first points on the board in this Group C. Double 10 doesn't
20.
go.
Bradley
And
Carr,
maybe we have one more
24.
twist in this tale.
24 darts thrown after he opened up the leg with a 140. Yeah, Bradley's decided just to compose. He thought the game was over. I think we all thought the match was over. Bradley, by a twist of fate, if this double does go, would have the dart in the decider.
Bradley Ruse.
You said there might be a potential twist, Henry. Here it is. It'll be a frustrated Arne Spee.
Seventh and final leg. Bradley to throw first. Game on.
And Bradley does have the darts to pick up his second win of the week and to pick up his second win against Arne Spee. Arne is 3 for 19 on the doubles in this match.
134.
And Bradley kicks off this last leg with a 2-treble turn, forcing the issue of Arne straight away. And a slip for the last dart means it is advantage Ruse on throw in this last leg.
96.
Well, in that second leg, I thought this match was done and dusted, much to the
100.
The credit of this man in your picture. He looked done and dusted. Might go down to treble 20, treble 90. Would have left a finish at 170.
63.
Just a little look over at the score. 100 behind is Spee. He needs trebles. And he needs them now.
78.
Well, it was a game that at points
57.
it looked like Bradley Ruse was done and dusted in, but he's managed to find a way off the canvas. And for Arne Spee, well, this is one he's let slip. A real gilt-edged chance to get his first points on the board. He did have
Bradley
darts to
Carwood
win the
and
match in the
51.
previous leg, but it's 6 from here for Bradley Ruse to double his points tally in this Group C. He's going to need the full quota to get the job done.
86.
You could see in the background there the shake of the head from Arne Spee. He has to keep believing. But even the decision making now.
65. Bradley Carr, 65.
For the match. It looked unlikely at one point in this game. He got his first win of the week against Arne Spee yesterday.
45. Arne Carr, 120.
Now both players have missed a couple of match darts to win this match. And would it be ironic if after all the missed doubles, Arne won over ton plus out? He's not going to. The frustration for the first time this week creeps over and maybe comes over as well.
23.
As Bradley comes
Carr,
back
20.
for double 10.
A very likeable play, Spee, but that's what the game can do to you. That frustration, we've all been there, Arne. And I don't think Bradley Ruse will take that much satisfaction. But for a second win of the week, he gets there in the end by hook or by crook. Bradley Ruse gets over the winning line. It is a shake of the hand. He's a super sportsman, is Arne Spee, but he threw that game away in the end. Yes. Smiles all round between the pair of them now, but Bradley Ruse is finding a way to win. But Arne Spee, just looking at the doubles there, 15% on the outer ring. That was the issue there for him, but Ruse just mopped up those scraps. We move on to another big game for Scott Taylor. He's up next against Joe Croft.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new
MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Pluto TV, where before the break, Bradley Ruse got the better of Arna Spee by 4 legs to 3. Our next match sees Joe Croft and Scott Taylor go toe-to-toe. It's the final match of the second round of fixtures. And for Scott Taylor, well, his task has been made a lot tougher due to the very good beginning for Alex Small. 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his day, including a win against Neil Minear, means that he is now 4 points off of them pair. As for Joe Croft, well, he's going to have to be perfect from this point onwards if he's to stand any chance of qualifying through.
First leg,
Defeat
Joey,
here
first
means it's
verse.
going to be a 3-horse race
Game on.
towards the line for 2 spots, and it would be a predicament which heavily favours those already in the automatic spots. Scott wins this, he moves on to 10, and importantly
55.
as well, he still has to play both Minear and Small as we head towards the finishing line today.
180.
Yeah, I just sense that he realises that as well, does Scott Taylor.
$140.
We talked about the fact that Joe Croft can become that dangerous spoiler now, because he is on his day
140.
capable of beating anyone, but Scott Taylor has started this like a man who wants to be there on Saturday night. Great response, should move.
140.
That doesn't help.
$26.
Well, that's just allowed Joe Croft back into the leg. I feel like he's got a free turn here, Crofty, to confirm his throw. A throw which was under severe
135.
threat,
Scotty
it felt
Carr,
after Taylor
155.
kicked off the leg with a max.
Yeah, what an opening leg. The leg where Scott Taylor was looking
131.
sensational. Once again,
Joe Carr,
brilliant
31.
setup there, but it's Croft with a chance to take the opener, a high-quality opening first one. 888.
No
Ouch.
score. Scott Carr, 24.
And we know about Scott Taylor's love affair on double 12. But how good's double three for
Gain
him is
on the
good
first
enough.
leg, Scott Taylor.
He gets the break just about, a puff of the cheeks, a mop of the brow. He knows
Second
he's
leg,
got
Scott
away
to
with
third
that one.
first. Game
But he's
on.
got the break nonetheless, and he's in the lead nonetheless.
134.
Yeah, he's got something that you can't teach, Scott Taylor. He's got that real bottle when it goes down to that one dart to double and that double three there. You fancy your chances when it's Scott Taylor.
140.
And he is one of those players that even when he's not playing at his best, and he'll be the first to admit that this week has been nowhere
96.
near his A game. He's got this ability to grind results out. If he's dropping towards a mid-80s average, he'll find a way just to get over the line, just to get 4 legs
49.
before his opponent. And I know that may sound simple, but that sometimes is all the mindset you need. Sometimes you
121.
just need to bring it down to the barest of bones if you're not playing at your peak powers.
$95. Scott the car 150.
Yeah, so many players are starting at that 19s. He would have stayed there.
95.
But he'll take that. Once again, 12 darts thrown. Single, a double finish. For a very rapid 2-0 lead.
$60. Scott the car 55.
Literally 3 minutes played. And Taylor
He's on the
leads.
second
2
leg,
legs to
Scott
0.
Taylor.
And this is the type of performance that he can muster
Third
from
leg, Joe to
absolutely
first.
nowhere.
Game on.
103.66 the average at this present moment in time. Legs of 14 and 15 have put him 2-0 to the good. And for Joe Croft, he's been left adrift.
180.
But that maxi there gives himself a foothold in leg 3.
80.
Yeah, it's a nice indicator how averages can fluctuate with real big scores. You see, you go from 90 average to 99 with that 180. And he's back in the red bit again.
125.
He's teasing us. Yeah, just a reminder that Scott Taylor was laughing in the background. He wired double 12 this week from, you'd have to say, Henry, absolutely nowhere.
100.
Quite literally absolutely nowhere. It was a very poor game he was involved in. And then suddenly, from absolutely nowhere, he clicks into gear, misses double 12 for 9, and then in the next leg, hits a big fish.
140.
But Croft here, seemingly himself from nowhere, has left himself on a single to double after 9.
45.
Taylor, I think,
Joe
perhaps
Ricard,
more than happy
56.
to write this leg off and go again on throw in the next. This for potential 11 darter if he can pin Top's first dart. 2 10s.
46.
Comes inside, but he has got time.
2 tenths.
$180. Joe
Double
Ricard,
5
10.
can often be very tricky. But after someone pings a 180 against you, it's almost like it's closing up in front of your eyes.
No score. Scott the car 96.
Well, he had that dart at double 8 that went into the 16 and a dart at to double 5 that went into the 12. Wild. Punished?
78.
Well, that would have been
Joe
daylight
Ricard, 10.
robbery if Taylor had won that leg.
Getting shot on the third leg.
And
Joe Croft.
eventually, Joe Croft takes a leg in this match. Eventually, he's
Fourth
on
leg
the
Scott to
board.
throw first.
I say
Game on.
eventually, it was a 14 darter, but the way that he started in that leg, it's felt like he's tiptoed towards it.
96. $81. $58. $140. $100. $55. 140. $65. Scott the car 107.
Well, still on.
47. Joe the car 160.
Yeah, he popped his head into the comms box earlier, said he's been working on just not trying to give too much away.
Scott the car 60.
Much to his credit, but Scott Taylor, that's awkward. He has that very long dart, that sit up. So it's not ideal for him. He's had to use the full use of the rocky.
Joe the car 102.
And Croft from absolutely no has a chance to level up proceedings here.
Well, the scoring in this game has been fairly satisfactory, but there has been issues in terms of the latter end of legs. But Taylor's going to get 3 more here at double 10 to open up a 3-1 lead in this match.
Yeah, if you were in that position there, you got 82 points with your opponent on the finish. Your bullseye's tiny. Treble 14 is huge for me. Treble 14 should have been the dart there for Joe Croft. And Scott Taylor will often punish. And once again, he does that. He needed to win this game with Scott Taylor. He's a very tricky customer, is Joe Croft. And he's handled the situation very, very nicely. He leads 3-1.
It'd effectively make it a 3-horse race. Joe Croft, as a maximum, would only be able to get to 10, so he'd be gone.
180.
Taylor be a couple behind Smallham in here and still has to play the pair before the day is out. In fact, we'll have to play them in his last couple of matches. So if he can win his next one, providing obviously he gets the job done here against Bradley Ruse, he puts himself in an amazing position. As for Joe Croft, it has the feeling
41.
perhaps of another week of grand expectations, but those lofty heights for Crofty perhaps not quite reaching its ceiling.
180.
I think one day they'll come. I admire his attitude. I admire his... He knows his strengths. He knows his weaknesses. His question was, yeah, but I'm 31 now. I'm getting
100.
on. It's a young man's game, Josh Rock told us this week.
125.
Well, Joe Croft was on for an 11 darter a couple of legs ago. Scott Taylor could finish this match off with an 11 darter. He sprinted out the traps in this contest, and it is the 15 and the 14 of the first couple of legs which gave him that bit of wriggle room, and now he has a chance to finish this game off once and for all. He's going to have a dart in his hand, a double top, and he only needs 1 to dispatch of Joe Croft. That will end Crofty's chances of progressing through to Saturday night, and it puts Scott Taylor in a decent position to attack the rest of the day. A 4-1 victory with an average in excess of 98. He got up to a quick start. He cemented it with a fast finish. Taylor 4, Croft 1. Coming up after the break, it is Arne Spee up against Alex Small. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 2 rounds of matches have been completed on this Friday afternoon. This is what we've seen up to press. 2 wins from 2 for both Alex Small and Scott Taylor means that we now have a 3-horse race for 2 spots through to tomorrow night's final. Croft, Ruse and Spee from this point onwards cannot qualify. Neil Minier is still top of the table, but now he's got a bit of a fight on his hands if he is to rubber stamp his place in the top 2. He won his first match, but his unbeaten run came to an end against Alex Small in round 2. He's looking to put things right against Joe Croft in the first game of the 3rd cycle of matches on this Friday afternoon. The pair go toe-to-toe for the 2nd time on the Live Lounge stage this week. And when the pair met yesterday, it was Neil Minier that ran off a 4-1. In fact, I'm looking at game in advance. What am I talking about? That's the wrong match. It's Arnie Spee against Alex Small, game 7, isn't it? I am so sorry, guys.
I just like the fact I let you go on and on there, Henry, but I thought it was my eyes. I mean, I know I'm getting old and everything, but...
I'll tell you what it was, Glenn. I was
First
looking
leg
at
on,
the
a
screen in
different
front
first.
of me, and
Game on.
usually there's a little grey thing which tells you the game that's running, which usually doesn't click onto the next game till it's actually live, and it clicked on early.
100.
And so I automatically drifted the next game down. It was just a complete and utter moment.
Excuses.
135.
But no excuses for the way that Alex Small is playing. He is playing absolutely tremendous. One of those players who feeds off the adrenaline, feeds off the excitement of the MODUS Super Series.
115.
Loves the fact he's been here. And when you just add the fact that he's throwing darts like he is, Henry.
85.
Arnie Spee is a player who's just on the back of another devastating defeat to Bradley Ruse, where he looked pretty heartbroken at the end of that. Can score for fun. He has opened up this match
140.
tremendously well with scores of 115 and 140. So Alex Small is in for a
60.
game here. He
Annika,
mustn't
146.
overlook Spee.
Caused huge issues towards the end of Group A on Wednesday. A defeat to Adam Zavada, which
59.
kind of was the beginning of the end of his hopes, and then a big win against Jack Tweddle. He actually had a dart to stop Gary Stone from winning the group as well.
95.
He is a
Undercut
dangerous
87.
proposition when he's playing well, but in this Group C, maybe not as well as he did on Wednesday. Bullseye for
Each on
leg
the
one,
first leg,
bang
Spee.
on cue and bang on point for the Dutchman.
Second leg, Alex through first. Game on.
See the eyebrows go for Alex Small there, because as a player you're almost thinking, look, I've watched you play, Arnie. You
59.
haven't scored any points yet, and then you open up with a 15 darter like that. So patience, which is very difficult in a best of 7.
60.
But at this moment he's watching in front of him a free-flowing Anna Spee. But that's how you deal with it. That's how you respond. It's in your hands. And Alex Small once again delivers.
Well, Alex Small has got this innate ability to
26.
score his way out of danger. He really is a power-packed hitter.
128.
180 or 128 leaves himself for the finish after 9.
Just makes the game look ridiculously easy, doesn't it?
140.
These fast, free-flowing players are just an absolute joy to watch. If I had one criticism,
94.
his setup play wasn't great in his first couple of games. That one was perfect.
And I think he is one of those players, and I think he won't
39.
mind me
Alex
saying this, that
40.
maybe sometimes just needs a couple of games to settle into
show
a
the
day.
second leg, Alex
And it's
Small.
fair to say he's settled in now. 13 darter to square up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Arnold to third first. Game on.
However, you look at the averages there. Because Arna has the darts, that is
85.
still good enough to beat Alec, as long as you are steady on your own throw and you get the job done in 5 visits.
100.
Do you know, I'm not so sure anybody could beat Alex Small at this moment. He just took his average to over 113.
96. One of them, 40.
There's a little wry smile from him and myself and Henry Deacon. I just sense that they're teasing us with a 9 today.
45.
Another big day of darts. The Dutch Darts Masters starts tonight in Holland.
Yep, in Den
81.
Bosch. Michael van Gerwen retaining the, or looking to retain the Toon Grieber trophy.
105. Aliocar 100.
Small looking for an 11 darter for the break. Number 19 was what he's looking for with dart 2.
44.
Now Arne
Aliocar
Spee is looking for the
170.
biggest fish of them all.
$60. Aliocar 56.
Tops for a 2-1 lead.
Getting shot on the third
Magic.
leg, Alex Small. Fourth leg,
13
Alex is through
darter,
first.
14
Game on.
darter. Alex Small has turned a 1-leg deficit into a 1-leg lead.
140.
When you stand on an hockey, then everything is working. When your rhythm, your balance, you feel good, you believe.
140.
Honestly, you can be the best sport in the world. You're just thinking, I can't wait to play my next game and my next game.
57.
And I think that's what Alex Small is going through right now. I think he's seeing that treble 20 like a bucket. I think he's feeling happy, he's feeling confident.
100.
And yet the job's still not done.
58.
And because of a slip of a visit like that, it's allowed Arna the opportunity to potentially break back. And despite all the
81.
brilliance at the beginning of the match, if Arna could have stayed straight there, then he would have left an opportunity to have squared up at 2-2.
58.
You know, you watch a game as quick as this. I mean, we literally played 5 minutes 20. I mean, that's the equivalent of the quickest game we've ever seen here.
100.
5:43, Merckx against Klassen. Won't be seeing any of... I won't be seeing yellow
80.
this year anyway.
Aliocar 80.
So-
Game shot on the fourth leg, Arne Spee.
2-2, 14 dart to Arne Spee.
Fifth leg, Arne to through first. Game on.
Doesn't get much better than that, but the reason I want to highlight that 2 from 2, Arne Spee is just cannot hit a double at all. And then he comes into this game,
97.
and I just want to add to the equation that the thought process going through this man's head at the moment is, why is Spee playing so
81.
well? Why is he hitting his doubles against me? You're trying to brush off those negative thoughts in your mind. But it would blow the group wide
60.
open if Spee can win. We've talked about these dangerous floaters.
43.
And if Arna wins this game, it could begin to flush away Alex's hopes of progressing through. It would still keep him in number 2
81.
in terms of table position.
He'd still be dumped at the bottom.
140.
Careful, Glenn, because these jokes could land us in the doo-doo.
139.
I don't know what you're talking about. What I do know is Arnie Spee is playing his darts of the day right now.
42. Under the
And
car
it's Alex Small that suddenly, he's the one floundering. He's put himself in these positions, Arnie Spee. And often,
104.
this is where the problems have come with the doubles. You don't sense that with him right now.
57. Under the car 20.
Double 10 for Arna. Back to
Game shown on the
3-2.
fifth leg. Anna
In
Spee.
front he is once more. And Alex Smaller had that
Six leg,
couple of
Alex
leg
into
bursts
reverse.
from 1-0
Game on.
down. Now has to do it from behind again.
And Alex Small's got a bit of a wait for his next game. And his
100.
next game is Scott Taylor. Literally 2 or 3 minutes ago, everything was looking fantastic for Alec.
41. $91.
And suddenly it's the man from Bolton that may begin to see the woods from the trees. Just when he thought they had a hard
140.
task on his hands, well, it may well be made to look a whole lot easier if Arna Spee can finish the job off.
60.
So talk so positive about Alex, and now it's the other aspects of being an all-round player. Now
60.
it's that character, that's that tenacity, that's that fight when you're down. The game is easy when things are going your way.
118.
So we'll find out a little bit more about it. If it does go the distance this match, Spee will have the darts in the last. So he's still favourite for this game. Even more so now.
180. Under the car 132.
He's got a great guy for the ball, and he's going to get a dart at it, but he cannot
87.
find it. And so
Under
Arna
the car,
Spee
80.
back for the match, back for 80.
Stay straight. Give yourself an opportunity. Match dart.
Game shown on the
What
match.
a
Anna Spee.
performance. Group C has just been blown wide open. Alex Small was looking $1 million for 2 or 3 legs there. And just to put Arna Spee, that's his first win in this Group C campaign. You can't take the smile off his face, and why not when you look at those numbers? He peppered that 90 average throughout. Small at one point was averaging just shy of 113. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and the Dutchman was superb. He's played his best game, and finally he sorted his doubles out. And the big winner there, you think, could be Neil Mania, because he just sees Alex Small, his latest one, defeat, and he's up next against Joe Croft.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Arne Spee got the better of Alex Small 4-2. And now it's time for Neil Minear against Joe Croft. A game that we've been waiting so long to watch. Here we go. It's the middle match of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It was a match that Minear won by 4 legs to 1 yesterday. And if he doubles up here, he moves on to 14 points. He would move 2 clear of Small, 4 clear of Scott Taylor. He'll just give himself a little bit of breathing space, particularly after that defeat for Alex Small against Arne Spee by 4 legs to 2 in the match that we've just watched. For Joe Croft, well, it's another chastening experience for him. It's another week where he's actually played some good stuff. He's ran into some decent performances today. And once again, in this building, he is going to fall short. Averages of 95 and 91. He's actually playing better than Neil Minear today, but has got no points on the board to show for it.
Yeah, and a bizarre twist of fate. We've just seen Spee beat Small, and I don't think it'd be an awful lot of surprise to see Croft beat Minear.
60.
Minear is very adept and at just winning ugly. You know, just winning round about that 85 to 90 mark. He's very good, Joe's. Fancy your chances 41. There. I'm still waiting for that electrifying performance from Neil Minear, which you tell me that comes Saturday night when it feels like more of a knockout, when we've got the crowd here. I mean, there is still tickets available to see darts like that.
Scan that QR code, and if you're lucky enough, you might get a selfie with Chris
100.
Murphy.
Yeah, they make a fantastic... We have got an academy of 50 kids coming on Saturday night 100. From Swindon. So I think that'll be the added bonus for Jack Tweddle tonight, who's from that area. They could play a real part. But we create a fantastic atmosphere in here, just behind the players' shoulders there.
Joe Coward and 61.
161 is no longer on offer for Croft, and so Minear looking at 139 to take out this opening leg.
55. Near the car, 139. $59. Joe car, 106.
Yeah, you'd have to fancy Scott Taylor in the next game as Croft looks at the treble 18. And if Joe Croft can win this match over Neil Minear, things are looking rosy once again. But Scott Taylor's fantastic finale and conclusion to this Group C.
Near the car, 80.
So please stay with us live on Pluto TV.
What a guide. Surely just cushions that over the
40.
top, but it's
Joey
drifted
Carr,
over the
48.
bar. And so Croft comes back for 48 to get the break of throw and to put another chink in the armoury of Neil Minear. One left, and he can't believe it's not in.
Yeah, it's not just that. He's having to restart and reset again. If you could have just used that dart as a guide.
30.
But the fact
Neil
he thought
Carr,
it was in,
40.
you're leaning forward, you're going back, the puff of the cheeks. And don't leave this man double top is what I would
He's on
say
the
to
first leg.
anybody.
Neil Minear.
And we said at the start of this game, he's so good, Henry. You're just winning
Second leg,
those
Joe to
scrappy
throw first.
matches, these
Game on.
scrappy legs.
And as you know, because you played county for so many years, actually what that stage teaches you is sometimes you don't play at your best on those particular stages, but because you're playing not for yourself, but you're playing for others, you have
100.
to find a way no matter what to win.
Yeah, I would like to just to add to something there. I think, some of the best crowds for camaraderie and, the whole culture of darts is that county
41.
crowd, and maybe feeds off that. That'd be interesting to see how he would deal with a packed Saturday night crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It might bring them even more, better out of him.
100.
I have spoken to players about this in the past that, and I think it was Danny Jansen I was chatting to last year, the mullet,
60.
and he was saying this feels so much like everything that a TV event is. So actually he found it weirder that he couldn't hear anything behind him.
It's
100.
Robert Owen for me, who had a fantastic World Championships. He said that is the closest to a European tour stage. From the backing, the lighting, he said it's
78.
one of the best stages, if not the best stage he's played on. So players love it. You can see that fantastic setup that we have here now in Portsmouth. And you
60.
talk to anyone in the amateur game now, Henry, and this is where they want to be. And I had a cheeky look at some of the names that we've got coming in this series, and it's going to be a blockbuster. It's going to take something really special to win it this year.
98. Joe Carr, 141.
In fact, both Robert Owen and Matthew Edgar have something in common, don't they? Both have had success at Iceland recently.
He's got his own van now, hasn't he? Yeah.
Robert, this is, not Matt.
97.
Croft looking at 44 to level up at one apiece. Other frozen food stores are available.
100. Joe Carr, 44.
I suppose other countries in the Nordic and Baltic regions are available as well. Anyway, that was a slip for the first start for Croft. He means he's going to have to spurn another one here. He's only going to get one at a double to level this game up at one apiece. And in matter of fact, he's going all over the shop. And so it's going to be double 9. Well, he's just about recovered in the end. How, I don't know, but he has. 1-1.
Yeah, so typical of this game we love.
Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, no reaction there from Neil Minear. Didn't get involved. There's been lots of smiles. I mean, we've got
66.
Scott Taylor and Bradley Ruse coming up next. I mean, they were fist pumping and laughing through their game yesterday. Neil hasn't been involved in anything whatsoever like that.
Where do you stand on all that fist bumping after every turn type stuff?
45.
Absolutely never. I was a fist bumper when I played pairs. I was, as my partner walked by. But apart from that, I never engaged in all that. I thought there was a little bit too much with Luke Littler.
Agreed.
Was it the Worlds?
It was the Worlds
Yeah.
against Aspel and Bunting, wasn't it? I think there's respect, and I think there's
85.
got to be a line of when it's game on, it's game on. You can show appreciation for other players, other opponents being good when the time's right. But maybe in the midst of battle, you're actually
60.
giving them a bit more of a leg up. That's just my personal opinion on it.
I still believe that Luke Littler watches MODUS Super Series as well. He'll be in Holland right now preparing for his game tonight.
100.
I was going to say, I mean this in the nicest way, Luke. If you are watching us right now, I think you need to get... Well, I'd say you need to get onto the board. I think that's ironic. I'm telling him that, isn't it?
65.
Should start the 19s on 271. Gives you opportunities. But that's why I'm sat in the comms box. What do I know?
180. Neil Cowden, 70.
Now this leg is open for interpretation. And Croft is going to come back for the 91 to get the breaker throw. And suddenly what looked so
42.
comfortable at the beginning of the day for Neil Minear could well turn into a bit of a dogfight for him. Croft looking at 91, and he's going to get 2 at tops. He only
Inch on
needs
the
a 1
third
for
leg, Joe Croft.
14 data. He's 2-1 in front. He's got the break.
Fourth
And
leg, Joe to
suddenly,
first.
the man from
Game on.
Cornwall is in a little bit of a crisis, because if he loses this match, he is suddenly sucked right back into it.
I have an awful feeling our socials are going to edit that one. 271 in 5 darts with me
95.
saying start on the 19s. Absolutely brilliant there from Joe Croft, but the top 2 are stalling. And the big winner is Scott Taylor. Remind you, he is
100.
up next. He'll be a heavy favourite going into that one with his good mate, Bradley Ruse.
Glenn, it's not all about you.
46. $100.
I also get the
59.
sense that there could be a frustration as well coming from Joe, that if he could play well to the end of the day, that he may feel like he got going just a bit too late in this group, and that the opening few defeats that he
30.
suffered at the beginning of Thursday pretty much put pay to his hopes.
Yeah, I think the damage was done mid yesterday. He started off lovely. And then those 3 losses on the
59.
spin. It was always going to be tough to try and win 5 out of 5 today. I'm saying nothing about starting on the 19s on 271 for Minear.
140. $55. Neil the car, 131.
He's pretty old school, is Neil. He'll start upstairs. He's got 6 darts on this 131. That's a beauty of a dart. Looking
91.
good for 2-2.
Well, it's a game that so far has had its swings and roundabouts. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt. And so
57.
Minear will
Neil
come
the car,
back for double
40.
top to equalise proceedings. Just when Croft 40 was beginning to dominate play, he got the break, he looked in control.
35.
And he may still keep
Joe
control
Lucar,
because Minear has
130.
missed 3 to square this match up. And Croft comes back for the little fish. A perfect guy for the treble, unable to find. And so Minear is
58.
going to get a second
Neil the car,
crack.
5.
Down for double 2. The Madhouse. Perhaps last chance saloon.
Getting shown the 4th
And with the
leg, Neil
last
Minear.
dart he finds. And we have a level match at 2 apiece. And it means
leg,
that
Neil
of the
deserved
8 games
first.
that we've seen
Game
so
on.
far in this session, only one of them has failed to go beyond 5 legs minimum. That was Scott Taylor's 4-1 win over Joe Croft in match 6 of the day.
60.
Certainly getting our money's worth today, Glenn.
Yeah, all the games are sort of going in their balance. I think you've got the top 2 there who are just feeling it. When you start seeing that winning line, I think you've got those spoilers who know that their job is done and dust, but they can still play a part.
95.
We've seen the brilliance of Scott Taylor with 105 average yesterday, being the real highlight. So still plenty to play for. What I do know is we're still none the wiser who's going to
100.
qualify. Joe Croft once again can play a big part in that by beating Minear. And those games between Scott Taylor against Minear and Scott Taylor against Small will be fascinating.
And this is the interesting thing. It might be January, but it could be a long time till we see Joe Croft again. It could well be midway through the season by the next time he plays at the Super Series. But he want to leave an
180.
indelible mark. He will play on the ADC circuit. He will play in other things. But this is how cutthroat this format can be. He's playing week 1 here. And for example, it could be week 12 of the next
100.
series, which could be in the middle of the summer.
161.
That's a cracking dart.
99. $45. Neil the car, 62.
No pressure whatsoever for Neil Monet. Exactly what he wanted in this situation. A crucial leg on throw. There's going to be one dart to double. Double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Neil Monet.
He is so good at that type of finish under this type of scenario. We said at the beginning of this game.
Through first. Game on.
He loves it when it goes 2-2. He loves it when he needs one dart to win a leg. And the in-play table is pretty reading right now for Neil Monet.
83.
Monet, 14 points to his name if he wins this match. Small will be back on 12. Taylor be back on 10. Effectively, Neil Monet will be back at default position at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, Monet has got Anna Spee, which maybe half an hour ago I said that would be a pretty routine victory. But Spee has just played superb in beating Alex Small. The wild card. I now know why he's got that nickname, Henry. He was the day he won that championship, he was
100.
a wild card entry for that. Hence the nickname. Why is your nickname Meacon? M-E-A-C-O-N.
99.
It's not my nickname, it's just what you keep calling me because you're just like picking on me. Honestly, you should, if you think it's bad on the mic, folks, you should see what it's
60.
like off camera.
He's slicing those darts into 5 at the wrong time of this match is Joe Croft.
82.
But it looks like we are going the distance.
Croft looking at 112 to take us all the way for
92.
the second time
Joe
today. The
Ricard,
only other game to go
112.
for free in this session was Bradley Ruse's match against Anna Spee. I think Neil may have just got it Joe's eye line a little bit there. So Joe stepped back. Nothing untowards about it. It was just one of them moments. Both players laugh it off. But is Joe Croft going to have the last laugh in this leg? Well, he's in a very good position to square this match up.
52.
He's going to set up and leave himself 60 upon his return.
Yep, plan B to leave at least the 2 darter. Still a heavy favourite is Joe Croft.
25.
Make that a massive
Joe Ricard,
favourite
60.
for this leg.
Finally stays straight. He's got 2 at double top. And we
Game
have
shot
a
on the
level
6th leg,
match.
Joe Croft.
And this is a crucial leg here for Neil Monet, who won his first match.
Seventh
But
and final leg,
defeat to
Neil
Alex
through
Small
first.
has meant
Game
that
on.
the cushion that he had at the top of the group has been whittled away and whittled away. And if he loses this particular contest, he will be looking over his shoulder as Scott Taylor
85.
takes on Bradley Ruse.
$45.
He's got away with one there, Mania. 40 points ahead plus these.
81.
Last leg nerves, but one thing that has been evident the past 2 days. His last dart has really hurt a lot of the players. Just when you think he sliced that dart into the 1, he just pings that dart in the bottom part, and Joe Croft still in the 400s after 6 darts. The man from Cornwall. His to lose from here.
60. $87.
Will be disappointed with the last, and so Monet here looking to set up a match-winning opportunity to put himself onto 14 points, to put himself on the hill.
83.
And because there is still a meeting to come between Small and Taylor, it would mean that it's more likely than not Munir would be through to Saturday night's final as a result of a win
58.
here. It doesn't mathematically secure things, but it would be more likely than not he would secure his passage through sooner rather than later.
60.
Yeah, a couple of games to come for Neil, which still in his own hands. He won't want to worry too much about if, buts, and maybe. I think we're all confident Neil Munir will get the necessary points if he can get over the line in this one.
96.
Interesting last start there. Might mean that Munir does start in the bullseye for this 1-3-2 because the percentages would have been just to hit a steady ton. But that last start again.
92. Joe Carl,
Last start, Munir.
Now then, Crofty, have you got a big fish up your sleeve? Okay, maybe you don't. And so Munir back for tops for the match.
100. Neil the car, 40.
He's been so solid. We said he likes the scrap. He likes the 3-3 game. He's been deadly on his doubles.
Getting shown the
And
match,
once again, Neil Munir is so solid. Another big 4-3 victory over the luckless Joe Croft. He's doing so many things right as Joe, but just getting over the winning line, you can see what it means to him there. The realisation when that just kicks in, he almost breaks out into a smile there, does Neil Munir. It wasn't about the numbers there, but his last start was very impressive. His doubles are impressive. The amount of points that he has now is very impressive. The fate is in his own hands. He'll be back after the next game because next up it's Scott Taylor looking to do some more damage against Bradley Ruse.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Neil Menier got the better of Joe Croft in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 9 of our session sees Bradley Ruse and Scott Taylor go toe-to-toe. It's the 5th meeting of the week between the pair, who have most definitely made acquaintances of one another over the past few days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, they've had some good battles on the hockey, and they've become good friends off the hockey too. What's going to happen in the 5th meeting between this pair? It's a crucial match for Scott Taylor, and maybe some of the trivialities of the first couple of meetings will now be shoved out the window for him, because this is the serious business. This is the nitty-gritty. He's on 10 points, and if he wins this game by any margin,
81.
he will overtake Alex Small into 2nd position, and it would mean that he'd get the jump ahead of them meeting, which is in a couple of games' time.
93.
Yeah, the next few matches we'll see that league table really
134.
come alive about the 2 qualifiers for Bradley Ruse. Here's the opportunity there of a win over Scott Taylor. Would take him into 4th position, and on the back of the fact that we're saying he's had a horrendous week,
134.
he can jump over Joe Croft with victory here. But despite that, this man in your picture, the one who's snarling with every single dart, he's got the bit between his teeth right now, and he wants a place come Saturday night, because horses for courses where he's just that stage that he loves, a format that he likes, the crowd involvement, a proven winner here.
60. Scott
He'll fancy his chances against anybody. We felt he was the value. Double 16 with a 1-0 lead.
90.
Well, he's showing an air and a quality that only real good champions have, and that's when perhaps you're not playing at your best, and sometimes things are transpiring against you, you still manage to find a way. You conjure something up from the depths. And this may well be what Scott Taylor's doing here, because as a 13 darter to kick off the match, respected by Bradley Ruse. Okay, Scott reciprocated the favour, but you could tell that he's in a focused mood, and he doesn't really want to be dragged into any of that. Not today. This is money day. This is serious business.
100.
Yeah, and to be fair to Bradley, we really enjoyed his opening performance. He seemed to struggle at the beginning of his game
96.
against Arne Spee. But once again, he started this one nicely. It's almost like you can tell when he's playing well, when the darts are actually landing in the board. So despite an horrific week, Henry, maybe he's learning about what he's doing well this week. I guess that's the beauty of playing 5 days on the spin. You're learning an awful lot about your game.
Also, listen to the way that Bradley's darts go into the board sometimes. But they're not thrown properly. You hardly hear the indent.
42.
Whereas when they're thrown a bit more firmly, you can hear a bit more of a thud.
100.
You certainly hear the thud of Scott Taylor. I mean, very little backswing. He just thuds that dart in, doesn't he? Such a simple throw, just a flick of the wrist. He's in deep thought then.
59.
Not something you always associate with Scott Taylor. Sometimes in concentration levels can go elsewhere.
60.
But since them opening 2 defeats in this Group C, he's looking like a champion again.
Somebody's flicked the switch within him.
100. $133.
You
Bradley
get the
Carr,
sense
100.
that this time for Bradley has to go, because Taylor's sat waiting for a 2-0 lead if it doesn't. Tops. He's caught in the midst of 2 options. Because that's pretty much bang in the middle of the 20 bed, he doesn't know whether to persevere with tops or go treble 20, double 10. He persevered and drifts the other side,
40.
and so Taylor's back for 2-0.
54.
Yeah, spot on with you. Your thought process there. He just did not know what to do, and in the end, he did nothing. Scott Taylor tops. 2-0.
On the second leg, Scott Taylor.
2-0 to Scotty
Third leg Scotty
T.
through first. Game on.
100.2, the equivalent of 15 per leg. 2 to the good, and seemingly too good for Bradley Ruse right now.
57.
And on the in-play table, as you alluded to at the beginning of this game, for the first time, then I think from the opening game of this Group C campaign, Alex Small is not in a qualifying
43.
position. That makes that game after the next one, Alex Small v Scott Taylor.
140.
That's going to be an absolute belter. Look at that. Neil
100.
Mania is up next against Arne Spee. You'd expect him to get over the line in that one. But that was also the narrative when Alex
83.
Small stepped on the hockey against Arne Spee. I wonder if Alex Small is looking at that.
93.
In some weird way, actually, to
80.
a certain extent, this game is a little bit irrelevant for Alec because either which way he has to beat Scott in his match against him up next anyway. So there might be a part of him that thinks, okay, let's just get this game over and done with, see what the outcome is,
25.
and deal with what I've
Scott
got to do
Carr,
in a couple of
141.
matches. Taylor looking at 141. He missed double 12 for this on Wednesday for the 9 darter
93.
against Bradley. He's going to come back for 48 for a 3-0 lead. Bradley hasn't even had a
54.
darter to
Scott Carr, 48.
double yet in this contest, and it doesn't look like he's going to get one in this one. He's
James
not.
on the third leg. Scott
Taylor
Taylor.
pins Tots for 3-0.
Yeah, a couple of 17 darters to complement that
Fourth leg
13
Bradley
dart
through
opener.
first. Game on.
That equates to an average of 95.94 for Scott Taylor. It's the concentration levels that's impressing me, Henry. You can just see him in the background. He is this type of character which
100.
he likes a smile, he likes a laugh. But this business side of Scott Taylor, for me, is good. He's as good as anybody in that stage.
140.
The way Scott Taylor can persevere through a week here at the Super Series is almost reminiscent of
100.
a yellow jersey Tour de France cyclist, where you can't always hit your straps all the time because you will burn yourself into oblivion. You've got
85.
to know the right times to pedal away, and then when the right times are, just to ease off the gas a little bit. And Scott Taylor knew that he had to cycle and go through some gears today, and go through some gears he's doing. As for Bradley Ruse, well, it looks like he's hit a bit of a puncture here.
58.
Yeah, he's putting up a decent fight, is Bradley. Like I say, he's just the quality of Scott Taylor is simply better. And when you've got a player who's better than you,
140.
and he's producing a very solid game, he's just gone over the 100 average mark as Scott Taylor. So this checkout of 136 will see him average over 100 once again. Average 105
49.
yesterday,
Scott
remember.
Carr, 136.
This for the match.
Perfectly situated for another, gets another, double 8. What a
Each on the match,
finish!
Scott Taylor.
And what a way to finish for Scott Taylor. He beats Bradley Ruse for a 5th time this week. He has definitely got the number of the Dutchman, and he may well be one step closer now to Saturday night's final. Doing so with an average just under the 102 mark. Finished off with that 136 checkout. A comprehensive win for the man from Bolton, who is now hot on the tail of Neil Minier. He now moves into second place at the table. Coming up after the break, it is Neil Minier who can move on to 16 points. And because Taylor and Small play one another, it would be a safe sanctuary. He takes on Arne Spee next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Goodbye.
James
Second one of the week.
Flair.
And thank you very much for coming.
He's at it again.
Game shot on a sick leg.
And this time it's worked for Ashley Coleman.
So for match 1-2-4 here required for Jensen Walker.
It's going to be a dart at the ball for the match, a dart at the ball for the win, and it's a superb way to finish off for Jensen Walker.
Right place to put the second one would be North America. Hold on to your hats, everyone. Hold on. Big moment. Oh
Game shot on
no!
a fifth leg.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
He might. He will.
Game shot
It's a
on
hammer
fifth
blow
leg. Andy
from Andy Hamilton. 3 players who lost their tour card at the end of last year will be in action throughout the course of the week. Simon Whitlock and Graham Hall in Group A. Andy Hamilton there too. He made it through to Champions Week last time out. Tommy Morris is going to be involved as well as our friend from Cyprus. Look forward to the ambidextrous and unorthodox Andreas Nicolaou on Monday. Jamie Hughes, Martin Adams, Ashley Coleman is your Group B equation, whilst Adam Mould, James Hubbard and Jensen Walker will be the players that are involved in Group C. That starts on Monday. It's a 9:30 start here on Pluto TV. As far as today is concerned, this is what we've seen from the 9 matches up to press. A 4-0 win for Scott Taylor before the break against Bradley Ruse means that he's into second position in the table on legs difference from Alex Small. Neil Minir still leads the way. He's on 14 points going into the penultimate round of action here. Joe Croft, Bradley Ruse and Spee were cut adrift at the bottom of the table as we enter round 4 of our day with Neil Meneer against Spee. Now, win here for Neil will guarantee his passage safely through to Saturday's final, which, when he lost his second match of the day to Alex Small by 4 legs to 2, and the rampaging Scott Taylor continuing to push forward in the group, it looked like things were becoming a little bit more difficult for the man from Cornwall. But he could cement his place in the big showpiece with a win here. But he takes on a very, very dangerous customer in Spee, a player that could cause an upset through every single twist and turn, and has done so all week.
Yeah, you wouldn't think he'd be looking at the league table that he'd be that player, but I'm sure that's exactly what Alex Small thought a few games
First
before.
leg nailed it through first. Game on.
I just sense the difference with Neil Meneer is just that he'll take on any real challenge, and I don't think the pace of Neil Meneer suits Anna like it did with Alex Small.
97.
And the carrot is dangling in the sense that the motivation of qualification in this game is not a seasoned MODUS Super Series
100.
player, but you'd expect Neil Meneer to know that a win here and he's through.
Just because of the context that Small and Taylor play one another, it should dwindle in the mind. But it's one of those
43.
where actually is ignorance bliss. It's the fact that if he doesn't know, actually help him to a certain extent, because if he thinks that this is the game where if he wins, he goes on to win it, then there might be an extra bit of pressure attached. Sometimes the best thing for the mind is nothing to be in play at all.
Yeah, Neil Meneer's last game was against Scott Taylor, so his one
65.
real big chance you would feel is this one. He wouldn't want to go down to Scott Taylor as a winner takes all.
57.
Particularly because Alex Small right at the very end as well has got to take on Bradley Ruse. So you would expect Alec to one way
60.
or another get
Under
to
the car,
a place where he's on
64.
14 points. But anyway, they're all hypothetical scenarios for now. But what
38.
isn't up for interpretation is the fact that Arna's got the better with his first leg up to press.
He almost fell asleep against Bradley Ruse, didn't he, Arna Spee? You could see the disappointment was almost like if you snooze, you ruse.
85. Under the car, Wooden 26.
Well, if he's not careful, he might be caught napping
58.
again here, because
The other
Meneer
car,
leaves himself on
151.
151 to win the first leg. And if he took that, it would have been a hold and throw, which would have felt like a break, because Arna's got out the better with the 2.
65.
And he's been the dominant
Under
force in
car,
this first
68.
leg. He's just looking to confirm it by winning it.
$48. Neil the car, 86.
Yeah, a little look to the heavens there, because those doubles were going in his last game against Alex Small. Neil Meneer is so good at this type of finish. Double 8.
70.
Not this time. When that
Under the
treble
car,
8 in, I
20.
thought it was a formality from there.
Getting shot on the
And
first leg.
eventually Arna
Anna
gets
Spee.
it right on the doubles. Double 10 goes. 1 nearly
Second
leads
leg,
with the
Arna
break
to
and
throw
throw in
first.
hand.
Game on.
I won't lie, Henry. I pretty much had Neil Meneer winning this game, and then let's see the straight shootout between
60.
Small and Taylor, but he could be under pressure himself, because I lost here and Scott Taylor. He could finish on the 14-point mark he's on now, and would that be enough?
41.
He's definitely feeling the Arna pressure pushing down on him. And it could be seeing him pushing down on the table
57.
position as well. Because it would put him very much amidst a 3-horse race for just 2 spots through.
100.
Last start Merchant. Just keep an eye on how solid he is with that last start, but I'm very impressed with Spee at the moment. Almost reminiscent of what he
94.
did in Group A. Like I say, he nearly put pay to Gary Stone at the end when we'd pretty much given Gary qualification with victory in Group A.
Well, I was saying to
26.
Keegan Brown on Tuesday that with Arna, it feels like when he throws a bit of flow and a bit of rhythm, that's when he gets
45.
a bit of joy. But there can be times where he can just lock up and maybe just be a little bit stop-start in his rhythm, in his action.
Yeah, and I think part of it as well, it was clear he really enjoyed the game with Alex Small. And
100.
you talk about the rhythm, you know, he's pretty much at the hockey at all times.
$45.
I mean, as the king of punditry I am, I've got a cracker for you here. Both players don't wear socks. There you go. Take that.
180.
Well, that'll relight the fire for Neil Minnier. Getting through to Saturday is his first desire, that's for sure.
$100, thank you.
The referee does wear socks, by the way, as Neil Minnier does look at 54. Deadly on tops normally.
Game shot on the second leg, Neil Minnier.
He's solid, isn't he? If he does qualify, Henry, are we looking at the winner on Saturday night?
Game on.
I've got to be honest, I'm looking at the whole week and I'm just looking at 6 players that I can't make heads or tails as to who they'd be a clear favourite from.
81.
I don't think Adam Zavada, probably more than anybody with the 98 on day one, but then there's been a little bit of regression. I'm not sure whether at this
85.
present moment in time there's somebody that is really standing themselves out to be the real favourite apart from Adam. I think outside of him, you could probably pick lots
60.
amidst the other 5. I've got to be perfectly honest with you.
There we go.
He's got some
60.
wheels on in mind.
Well, he's struggling here. I think he needs to pull his socks up.
$60.
Put a sock in it, Glenn.
$59.
Yeah, you talk about that rhythm. It's just easing away at the moment. It's just bringing Minnier back into the game and back to that scenario that this is the type of match that he often comes out on top on.
100.
We mentioned his pedigree for Cornwall so many times. He will be involved in this type of game. A crucial game with a crucial scenario, with
97.
a crucial connotation on it. May not be playing at his A-game best, but he's finding enough to pick apart the legs, or he's hoping to do enough to pick apart the legs he needs.
81. $60. Neil the car, 119.
Well thrown darts. Neil starting the 19s. Back upstairs for the treble 20. That would have left his beloved tops. He's just
59.
beginning to take
And the
control
car,
of this game.
140.
Or are we going to see something spectacular?
Oh, see what you
Neil
did there.
car, 60.
He likes that 60 finish because of that flat dart. Can't get the balance. Big dart.
40. And the car, 40.
So Arna looking at tops to re-establish his lead. It'll be the third consecutive break and throw at the beginning of this match. Double 5.
35.
And Minnier is on his
Neil the car,
coattails.
20.
Yeah, I just thought it was a little off balance there. Just didn't get that pre-throw right. Is he about to get away one? Yes, he
Each
is.
on the third leg, Neil Minnier.
Once again, average, nothing to write home about, but he's leading 2-1.
Pagani to through first.
Just
Game
doing
on.
enough. I think what I'd like to see as well, Henry, is maybe someone hitting Neil with 100 average. See how he responds to someone playing well.
60.
If he plays Adam Zavada at some point tomorrow, there may well be a distinct possibility that happens. And if he wins the group,
55.
and Adam Zavada, as it looks likely, wins Group B, they will go head-to-head at some point tomorrow night. because they'd be guaranteed to meet in the group stages.
28.
Last year's winner, last series winner, Darius Labanauskas, was week 1 winner.
Yes, and he avoided match
30.
starts for Bradley Brooks in the final. He's the first ever player to go on and win a Champions Week that had to dodge bullets in the final of the week that he won. How the whole outcome could have
100.
changed so quickly.
Yes, but right now, Bradley Brooks will be one happy player. Many congratulations to him in getting his tour card, and the way he did it as well. Record-breaking numbers.
60.
Some would say he was better off not turning up for the last couple of days.
Read the rules, read the rules.
140.
Satire, Glenn, it never gets old. Okay, maybe it does.
100.
.78 scored, so it means that 95 is left. And that treble there leaves himself double 19 upon his
135.
return.
Yes, he got there in the end. He may have a decision to make, but that might be based on the fact on what Neil scores here. He might have looked at setting it up, but based on that 140 there,
Undercard
does he go
38.
direct? Sometimes you make the decision about that. Direct it is. 3 or the 17 for double 8.
22. Neil car 116.
Do you fancy this, Henry?
No.
$76. Undercard 16.
Do you fancy this, Glenn?
Do you know, I'm going to say no.
Game shot on the fourth leg to Spee.
Fifth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
More cutting-edge commentary for Glenn Durrant, the former Premier League champion.
Punditry, actually, not commentary.
Well, you're in the commentary box at this present moment in time. Providing
60.
co-commentary.
Just a first reaction there from Neil Mania. Yeah, very slow getting his darts out there. We sort of seen him walk past Joe Croft earlier, didn't we? And Joe was already lined up.
100.
And the fact that Spee throws far right.
$100.
Just a reminder, huge game coming up next.
91.
Alex Small, who's been in second place pretty much from the first dart of yesterday. He's been in that qualifying position. He just missed out to Scott Hill, and they play each
60.
other next. That'll be a blockbuster. And if Arnie Spee does win this game, and he's right in the mix here, what a conclusion.
100. $97.
6 starts from here to get the break of throw and then to put him a leg away from the finishing line, Spee.
96.
Finds a treble, but what pressure can Mania apply? Surmountable. 64 left, so head down to the 60s corridor and just drifts
141.
down
Undercard
below into the
114.
777.
Yeah, and the way that Neil Mania finishes, I think the thought process for Spee will be, this is my one and only chance, and there's the realisation that that chance has gone.
54. Neil car 43.
Will it be 3 or 11? He's been deadly on both. He's gone back to his beloved tops. When he needs it most, it's there
Game shot on the
again.
fifth leg, Neil Mania.
He just keeps rolling those tops out when he's
Six leg
under
Arnold
pressure.
is first.
Before
Game
a
on.
dart was thrown in this match, it's almost like you could write out what this match is going to go. It's going to be close, it's going to be tight, but when it comes down to a final double, Neil Mania will be up for the challenge.
100.
But he's being forced to work for it by Spee. His second max of the contest. On throw in leg 6.
135.
Once again, making life very difficult for a player at the top of the table.
60.
But the treble visit there opens up the door for Munir again.
That's the perfect dart for him. Not only the fact it's in the treble 20, but in the bottom section of it there.
100.
This time he can't use that fabulous first dart. He'll actually be slightly disappointed with just the ton after that first one.
57.
But after that 180 start from Spee, one big score here from Munir. And that finishing line might be oh so close. Should go back upstairs.
96.
He's left himself on the fish for the match. What can Arna do by way of riposte?
60.
Not
The other
leave
car,
himself anything that
170.
he will feel is handy. Well, this would be some way to seal it, but he's not going to win it with a 170 checkout.
82. Under the car, 144.
He likes that route to the 18s, the Rob Cross style of 144. But Neil Munir's been so strong on
58.
this area
The other
from
car, 88.
72 to 90. It's that type of finish again. He's in again for double 14. To be the second playthrough to Saturday night.
Game shot on
Neil
the match,
Munir is solid as a rock when it comes to those doubles. And once again, when he's on that type of finish, he's up for the challenge. A hug there from Spee, who's played his part. I think we've seen his strengths as they chat about the game. But the man from Cornwall, he was on a big unbeaten run before losing a game, but he showed the class and the quality to qualify through to Saturday night. He's having a little chat there with Paul Hinks regarding the game there, but it was just more about the scoring, more about the 2 points. Once again, round about that 80 average mark, but it was enough. It was all about when the pressure was on, he had the bottle. And we move on to the biggest game of this Group C campaign. It's second against third. Qualification will play a big part in this match. It's Alex Small against Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Small and Scott Taylor go head-to-head in Game 11 of our session. Neil Minier, courtesy of his 4-2 win against Arne Spee, secured his passage through to tomorrow night's final. And the winner of this match between Taylor and Small will put one foot through to Saturday's finale. They'll move on to 14 points with one round of matches still to play. And in the final matches, Taylor will take on Minier and Small will take on Ruse. So a big game and a big time for this pair. It was Alec who actually, early on in the day, courtesy of a couple of quick wins, put himself to the top of the table, but stumbled last time out. He lost to Arne Spee 4-2, despite averaging in excess of 92. Whilst for Scott Taylor, well, he's had his business head on throughout the course of the day. 3 games, 3 wins, and in his last 2, averaging 98 and 101 respectively in matches against Joe Croft and Bradley Ruse. So Taylor in red hot form. Can the Royal Cards bring another big act in this match?
Like Alex
Ken Durrett is alongside me here in the commentary box.
Yeah, it was a fabulous game between the pair of them yesterday, and it was a 1-3-6 finish from Alex Small. What a way to start. This is the blockbuster. I think the blockbuster game of the week for me. So much on the line.
48.
2 fantastic players. Scott Taylor, how much energy has he used to get to the position he's in after those opening 2 defeats in this group against an inspired Alex Small, who for the first time is not in a qualifying position.
59.
But it's in his hands. If you'd have offered that before a dart was thrown that you're going to play a penultimate game, which will put you in a fantastic position for qualification, you'd think he would take that. Whose position would you like to be in right now, Henry?
Yeah, well, it is, because he's through.
116.
For the opening leg, he's unable to fire the triple with dart 2. I actually think at this present moment in time,
52.
positions are... possibly you may favour with Alec, because if he slips up, he may have the easier
60.
game at the last. But I don't think
64.
anybody is in too advantageous a position compared to the other in this particular match, if the truth be told.
Just a name would have done.
Well, no one then. That's because that's what I think.
100 of its finest there from Henry Deacon as
135.
Scott Taylor peppers that treble 20 bet. How many times have we seen 99 left? Not that he's going to get a chance. Alex Small leads 1-0.
Taylor's not going to get a 99 look in because Small gives double 8 a lick in and he leads 1-0.
89.
And he is peppering that treble. And peppering that treble.
And just a reminder that the final game of the day is Alex Small against Bradley Ruse.
45.
Not that would give him that game, because Bradley has shown improvements. But he looks inspired.
140.
Well, he had this same spurt at the early stages of his match against Arne Spee. He ended up losing that one by 4 legs to 2. It's a really good start, but he'll know as well that he's going to have to hold that course throughout the course of the match if he's to get the better of Scott Taylor. But potential 12 darter here, and he may have to take it out in 12
60.
because Taylor's back on 54 to square up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, fantastic from Scott Taylor. 180, 133. Big dart.
34. Alec 25.
Big moment and potentially a big miss for the man from for Bolton. It's double 4.
17.
It doesn't
Got the
go.
car 20.
And there are some big misses beginning to be applied out there.
Getting shot
But
on the
that's a
second leg,
big
Scott
hit.
Taylor.
And that's a relief for Scott Taylor. He's level at 1-1. He may have got away with one there.
Brother Gallic to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I would never touch the throw of Alex Small. I'd never stop the enthusiasm. But I still think there's an argument when you're coming down to a double just to be a little bit more measured. I'm not talking Rob Crosser standing back with each dart. But I think when you're in the rhythm of the treble 20, that rat-a-tat style that we've seen him whacking these 180s as he's doing now.
180.
But I just think a more measured approach on those crucial doubles. His scoring is phenomenal. 4 180s in this match. 3 of them from Small.
Well, he's had 6 scores of 2 trebles or more. Out of the 7 big scores he's had in this match, that accounts for 6 out of the 7. He's only had one treble score throughout the course of this particular contest, and he's left himself for the finish after 9, as he has done in each of the previous 2 legs. And just like the last leg, he's going to have to take this chance out to win the leg in a dozen darts. And just like the last leg, he misses the ball, but is he going to be punished by Taylor again?
69. Alex Carr 25.
He's been here before. He has some more measured pace. Scoring's phenomenal. Yeah, you can just see the outtake of breath there, the relief that he's shown.
4th leg Scott to throw first.
And after 3 legs, I think he deservedly leads 3-1. But if you don't enjoy this game, then you're not going to enjoy darts because it's played at a terrific pace. 3 legs in 4 minutes. 180. The treble 20s is just getting
62.
battered. 2 players who know the importance of the game. Thoroughly 60. Enjoyable. Drama.
It's not quite a cup final, but it's being played like a cup final.
$60.
Dare I say, a mid-match lull. Been fireworks, big scores.
134.
9 darts where you just sensed. Doesn't last long though. 4 180s in this match for Alex Small when he needed it most.
And the thing is, if this goes deep, then my prediction at the beginning
95.
of the week that the 180 record could go may well actually happen. Admittedly, I did think Adam Savard would be the player to do it, but I said it would be broken this week.
170.
He's already had this week. Is he going to find it again? Bullseye. Would have been for 7 heaven for Scott Taylor.
120.
Absolutely wonderful. But it's an opportunity. An opportunity can't take. He just cases
42.
up that
Scott
first start.
25.
For 2-2, double 12.
I like that. Because that did not go into the one like he aimed for. Just crept in. Just took a moment.
1.
On the
Alex Carr,
wire.
78.
Skims the coat of paint that the wire is fixed upon.
Getting shot
And
on
it's
the
that
4th leg,
target which
Small.
Alex Small finds for the break of throw to put him 3-1 in front. And he now has
5th
the
leg, Alex to
darts
throw first.
to complete a 4-1
Game
victory over Scott Taylor, which would put him on to 14 points and put the wild card on the hill. That was nearly number 5.
140.
But that 2 treble score already piles the pressure on his opponent.
Yes, I began to, if that was the 5th 180, I began to look at the record for the individual amount of 180s in a game. Mark Dudbridge still holds that record with 7. But that's the type of performance Small is putting in right now, but what he'd give for the 2 points, never mind records.
84.
Records are nice to look at, but trophies get you the house that you want.
58.
Or 7 in your case.
$100. 134.
Well, to move himself on to 14 points and to
57.
put himself to within a win of qualification through and to deal a striking blow on his opponent. Alex Small looks at
76.
double 18.
He's got the car 160.
Chance missed.
Absolutely incredible. Frantic, dynamic, exciting. And Scott Taylor had a wonderful attempt at the 170. It's not often you say there's been
60.
second best.
Alex
Over to you,
36.
Alex Small.
Double 18.
Yeah,
The
he's shown
wild
match,
card
Alex Small.
plays his cards right. Alex Small gets the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1 to move himself on to 14 points and to move himself on the cusp of qualification. At times, it was a contest you could not feast your eyes away from. Scoring was magnificent, even if at times the doubling left a little bit to be desired. But Alex Small seals a 4-1 success against Scott Taylor. It puts him on to 14 points in the group, and it means that a victory against Bradley Ruse in his final match of the session will guarantee his qualification alongside Neil Minear. Coming up next, Joe Croft takes on Bradley Ruse. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Alex Small got the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, it is Joe Croft and Bradley Ruse that's going toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. It is game 12 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For both of these players, their passage in Portsmouth will come to a close at the end of today's play, but they're looking to pick some points and prizes up before we leave. No, it's not a game show. It's a game of throws here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But a man who must feel as lucky as a contestant on the chase is sat right next to me, because, Glenn, you must feel like you're enjoying the glitz and glamour of a game show when you're sat next to me in a commentary box.
Dear me. I've had introductions, Henry, then I've had that one, but what I would say,
Let's take Jody through first.
I've just thoroughly enjoyed that performance from Alex Small. Not many people have done that to Scott Taylor on there, because Scott Taylor went into that match banging form. And Alex Small has impressed me so much. I think we've often commentated on him where he's flattered to deceive, and you know he hasn't really kicked off in the Champion of Champions. And I thought he looked well. I thought he looked really healthy when he got here, and he produced a performance there. I mean, I know it was only a 94, 95 average, but it looked better than that, didn't it? And it was just the job he did on Scott Taylor. He'll have to just get his thoughts together. And the good thing for Alec, he's got a couple of games now just to get the heart rate back. And he'll back on the last game against this man in your picture.
140.
For whom he's just trying to get a couple of confidence-boosting performances to end his week. It's been a chastening experience for Bradley Ruse the last 5 days. He's been pushed and pulled from pillar to post, defeat upon defeat.
100.
Left its dent, that's for sure. But he's looking for something to leave, at least with something to put his shoulders up a little bit with.
Yeah, despite that dark going in the one, he has been
62.
better today, that's for sure. And it was round about game 2 yesterday against Joe Croft when I really did feel for Bradley. He was averaging under 60 for the majority. He finished with a round about a 63 average in that game.
140.
But he showed some courage. He got up there, started playing better. Got his first win. That settled him down. That celebration with a W.
57.
And
Joe
as Henry alluded to, the darts are definitely going in with Joe Croft. How many times after 12 darts have we seen him on the finish and then fluff his lines? Not this time. Croft leads 1-0.
Joe Croft takes the opening rubber of this contest.
Second Bradley to throw first. Game on.
For Joe, the next steps will probably be on the championship tour. That gets underway in a few weeks' time. He made it through to the tour finals last year.
60.
The Winmore Championship Tour 2025 at Bradmore Farm, the first event. It's 12 tour events over 3 weekends. Every event is capped at 256 players.
60.
It's an ADC sanctioned event, and the top 8 players following the final tour event will contest the grand finals of the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth on Saturday the 18th of December. And
100.
that will be broadcast live here on Pluto TV. It's going to be one of those double session Saturdays here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There'll be a £5,000 prize for the finals day. And
84.
the top 4 following the final tour event will qualify for the ADC Global Championship here at the Live Lounge again in Portsmouth at the back end of the year. It'll take place in December, and the Global Championship once again has a prize fund of £85,000 up for offer. It is the 8th and the 9th of February, the first events. And if you do want to think about having a go in one of them, you can do it by heading
99.
to www.dartsatlas.com to take part in the 2025 ADC Winmore Championship Tour. And who knows, exploits there.
97.
A 9 darter for Adam Paxton meant that he played on this stage, won on this stage, and look what it's done for him.
Is it in Middlesbrough this year, Henry, the qualification? I noticed you mentioned the first one there.
100. Bradley
It's really good for our area as Bradley looks at this 160. Just not to be, and that was being a bit of an issue, dropping low in the darts.
60.
Moves a 2 darter, but a chance for Croft.
158.
Croft looking at 158 here. We're going to take it, so Ruse is back for the turn.
134. Bradley Car 100.
May go tops. Will go tops, but nowhere near, unfortunately. Croft not looking.
Joe Car 24.
He'll be certainly looking at the target area of double 12. Is this for 2-0? That's wild. He's had a few of them today. You can see the grimace. What's going on, he's saying?
18. Bradley Car 64.
So 16's corridor for Bradley Ruse to level up at 1 apiece. There's going to be 1 in his hand. And that one dart's going to be a double 16.
32.
He doesn't
Joe
take it.
6.
So Joe Croft heads down to the trapdoor to lead 2-0. Madhouse.
Yeah, that's really awkward. He's almost having to go over that first dart.
No score.
That
Bradley
left-hand
Car
side of the
32.
double one. And how many times? It feels like it's a broken record. Doubles for door for Joe Croft.
24. Joe Car 6.
Double 3 again. This time
shown the
different
second
result.
leg, Joe
Croft
Croft.
leads 2-0.
Yep, deservedly so. And it's just that walk of Bradley.
Third
You
leg,
can just
Joe
look at his
through
body
first.
language now. There you go. You just look, that's a man who's just, yes, Henry mentioned earlier. Get me off that stage. Yeah, you can see him in the background there. That's not telling me that he fancies the task in hand
60.
right now.
$60. $58.
Did it have a feel of a MODUS Super Series, the global events, the national events, or do you think it's a separate entity at the Live Lounge?
43.
In terms of the Global Championship, I really liked the finals day. I really enjoyed that. I think the elongated format meant that the better players were able to demonstrate that. And I thought Devon played the day and played the format to perfection. I just wonder whether
60.
this year... I thought overall it was a really good event, the Global Championship. And I think there is real potential for it, and I think it's got a real good place on the calendar. Maybe there's 1 or 2
93.
little tweaks, like any tournament would after 1 year, that possibly could be made just to improve it in year 2. But I thought actually last year, I thought we saw the beginning of an event which has got real legs to it, definitely.
Cheers, Henry. As Joe Croft looks at this 150 superstar.
134.
Lovely set-up play, looking good for a big 3-0 lead. He looked like he didn't fancy the task, Bradley. He was almost slumped over that drinks table.
123. Joe Car 16.
He could be seconds away from going down to 3
He's on the third
behind.
leg, Joe
We have seen
Croft.
some fantastic comebacks this week. Mainly
Fourth
linked
leg,
to
Bradley
Jake
through
Womack,
first.
who we'll
Game
be
on.
seeing tonight. We'll be seeing the conclusion of Group B tonight. But do you sense there's a comeback in the making in this one, Henry?
No.
42.
And by the sounds of it, Bradley doesn't either.
You can just snap. You know, I've done it, been there. Like I said, we've
100.
complimented him of how he's kept his emotions in check without being... He's wearing 2 stars on the back of the shirt. You know, he's a boys world champion
48.
in a couple of events. The JDC at Lakeside. He'll have had dreams and aspirations to be the best player in the world. It doesn't always happen. And that's when the frustrations can sort of kick in, and maybe that's just boiling over right now.
60.
I feel like with Bradley, he might be at a stage of his career. We were speaking about it early on this week where he's had
58.
so much success at youth level, but now he really is making that transition into the men's game. And that's not an easy transition to make for anyone, but particularly when you're used to this mindset of winning or being at the
95.
deep end or being successful everywhere you go in the youth game. And then suddenly you're playing players who are consistently playing at a level that saw you dominate
81.
events, and you're trying to improve your game yourself. Sometimes it can take a little bit more time than it can for others. Michael Van Gogh is a great example of this. Maybe for Bradley at the end of this week, because we know he's a tremendously talented player, maybe just to take a step or two back just to reflect on maybe one or two things, and maybe we'll see a better player in the
65.
future as a result.
Joker 106.
Perfectly put from HD. Is it going to be perfect for JC? Double 18 for the match.
70.
Opportunity missed for Joe Croft. Ruse is nowhere to be seen, and so Crofty has got another
60.
opportunity to put this game to bed.
36.
Yeah, we're seeing so many games with so much out. This was all about pride. And it's
Games
Joe
on the
Croft
match,
that
Joe
wins
Croft.
decisively 4-0. That's a big, big victory for Joe Croft there. I think he demonstrated he has the skills, he has the qualities, he knows where he wants to go in his darting career. For Bradley Ruse, he could not wait to get off that stage there, but it was a demolition job. Joe Croft putting on a really solid performance, round about that 90 average, just dipped to 87 in the end, but he'll be thoroughly happy with that as we move on to the final 3 games of the day. It's a huge game coming up for Scott Taylor. He's up against top of the table and qualified Neil Mania.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Small moved on to 14 points in this round of fixtures. He got the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1. So he's currently in second position in the table going into the final round's worth of matches. This is what we've seen so far today. Now let's correspond that with how the table looks going into the final round of matches. Neil Minear on 16 points. He's through. We don't need to worry about him now. Alex Small and Scott Taylor, they're in second and third. Now, Neil can do Alec a favour and qualify him without having to beat Bradley Ruse in the final match of the session. If he can beat Scott Taylor here in game 13, it's all done and there'll be no shouting at the end of this particular match. For Scott Taylor, the champion here a year ago now, pretty much, if he is to make it through to finals night, which he seemingly does, he's only failed to qualify on one occasion here. To keep up that nigh on perfect record, he has to win this match and then hope for a favour from Bradley Ruse. But for Neil Minear, he can, well, I suppose he can enjoy a victory lap here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, I think I'd go back to something I mentioned earlier. I would like Scott Taylor to hit Neil really hard and see how he responds. Because I want to...
Let's take Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I want to see if Neil has got the makings of actually winning it on Saturday night, because it's great for qualification. He'd done a lot of the damage yesterday with the 5 wins out of 5,
100.
but Saturday night's just a little bit different, Henry, isn't it?
Well, it's a different tournament altogether. The room is different. The feel is different. It even
43.
smells different in there. With the smoke machines and the various haze machines, it gives off a different feel. It has a feel of a big game and a feel of a big stage.
Will you be in the audience?
No, because I'm going to be sat next to you, Glenn.
What?
60.
That's why it's packed out tomorrow.
I'm Premier League champion.
100. $100.
Oh, I've just checked my rotor. He's not lying. Perfect dart.
125.
Well, Taylor's kicking off for this mantra of just leave everything out there. I'll do my bit, and if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. Minear has finally played catch-up in this leg, but it might be a case of too little, too late, because Taylor pins the 90 for 14 darter to start.
Second leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's what I asked for. I asked for Scott to really hit him hard. Let's see how Neil responds.
$121.
Very nicely.
60.
That's the type of dart that for Neil is very inviting. You can just
100.
nestle the odd 1 or 2 on top.
Yeah, it was a word you used earlier when he has that dart just below where he just tries to just lift it above it.
140.
Almost using the weight of the first dart, just caressing that second dart and manoeuvre it just above it.
Paul Nicholson talks so much about dart behaviour.
41.
And that knowing how your darts behave can just give you that extra couple of percent.
And hence that conversation we had earlier about having your darts over a period of time. You get to learn to know how your dart works, or you see the flight, you get used to the weight, and I guess that's where having a brand new set and you're trying things out, you don't have that feel.
It's no different to say Max Verstappen in a Formula 1 car needing to get to know every ins and outs of his particular vehicle to ensure that he has the best success. Well, Scott Taylor's had his javelins for a long time now. He certainly knows how they work, and they're working a treat here. It was a 14 dart to a leg 1. He's left a double after 12 here. He's leaving it out there. Of that, there's no doubt.
18.
But he hasn't finished off leg 2 just yet.
45.
He will be back, but he will be back with a lot of pressure. May go at the centre of the board.
105.
That leaves tops. Decision to make on double 3. It looks like he's going direct. In a leg he's dominated. He may now lose.
Neil Carr 40.
Minear looks at tops to square this contest up at 1-1. Now that's awkward.
Getting shot on the
But
second leg.
finds a
Neil
way through the middle to level up. Taylor will feel an opportunity was missed there.
Third leg Scott to through first. Game on.
It should also be noticed Scott Taylor can only go through courtesy of legs different, so every single
28.
leg is vital. At the beginning of this match, he had a 3-leg deficit on Alex Small in second spot. So winning may not just be enough. Winning by a
83.
scoreline may be the decisive factor.
$140. $60.
Well, Scott Taylor gave Neil Minear a sniff of an opportunity in that previous leg, and he took it.
58.
And he may well taste an opportunity here. Well, suddenly, Taylor, who was turbocharged at the beginning of this match, may well find himself in a bit of
140.
trouble if he's not too careful here.
Yeah, Minear's just always biting at the
100.
ankles, isn't he? He's never sort of given up. You think you're in control of the game. And he comes on with a charge. That double top that we go back to win that second leg. You were absolutely
100.
spot on. It looked awkward because the way the darts, but he's very cute and clever at finding a way of just going between those darts.
137.
Excellent
Neil
response from Taylor.
118.
We know what he's like on double top with one dart in his hand. Do you fancy it?
98. Scott
Drops
38.
below, and so Taylor comes back straight for the double 19,
Getting
straight
shot on
in the
third
double
leg, Scott
19.
Taylor.
2-1 to the man from Bolton, halfway towards completing his
Fourth
task.
leg Neil to through first. Game on.
Even though he's leading, he looks like a concerned man.
41. $100. $100. $83.
Asking for a reaction from Neil Minear.
140.
Just as we get Scott Taylor just taking control of this game.
59.
Yeah, when you see 220, you're thinking 140 to leave an 80, to leave a 180 score to leave tops.
60.
But in the end, and so unlike Neil, all above the treble 20. He can relax in this game. He's already qualified. Let the shackles off and be free-flowing.
102. Neil the car, 160.
For a level match. Just below the treble, but he may find himself in a fortuitous position. That second dart drifted
100.
above the treble
Got a car,
and
157.
eventually finds what he wanted with his last dart in hand, and he's going to leave himself on 60 to level this match up at
94. Neil the car,
2-2.
60.
Taylor hopeful that his opponent bodges a couple of chances at tops.
How many times does he leave 60?
20.
I was about to say, how many times does he hit it? Big chance for Scott Taylor to that awkward 63 finish. That could be a happy accident. 45 points left. He loves double 14.
35. Neil the car, 40.
Tops is beginning to miss.
Getting
But
shot on the
double
fourth
10
leg,
isn't.
Neil Minear.
And we have a level match at 2-2.
Fifth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
That's easy for you to say.
125.
Yes, we're getting to the realms now. If Neil wins another leg, then Alex Small doesn't actually need to beat Ruse. We're getting to the stage where he'd only need 3 legs, but we'll keep you updated with that.
85.
Alex Small, as far as he's concerned, he'll go into that final game of the day against Ruse as a big favourite, but this man in your picture can do him a huge favour.
$140. $140.
What advice would you give Neil coming here on Saturday night? It's going to be his first time, isn't it, on the Saturday?
76. Scott the car 151.
Can't imagine he's going to bring a big crowd with him.
Embrace it, because it is completely different, and there's players that played this game professionally
75.
for a number of years that would not have dealt with something like this, because it is just so unique. This tournament is so different to anything else you're playing week in, week out. I think embrace is probably the key word.
105. Scott the car 76.
Yeah, treat it like 4 or 5 county games. Of Scott Taylor's looking good for
Being shown the 5th leg. Scott
76. Never write the former champion off. He is
6
right
leg
up
Neil
against it. He's
first.
relying on
Game on.
favours from others. But he'll never give up. But I think there's an almost reading his mind there, thinking, what have I done this week? I'm good enough to be there Saturday night. I'm good enough to win it Saturday night.
123.
Looks like he is working hard for everything he gets. You could tell that in his facial expression right now.
99.
There'd be a great addition, O'Neill Minea and Alex Small. You know, new names. Alex Small is someone who's been here many times, remember.
100.
But for me, it's the best. I don't know if you can think of another time when he's been so explosive.
Maybe the first time he
84.
got to a final, but that was a couple of years ago now. In terms of Alex Small, he lost to Adam Warner, didn't he? That prize money was enough to
What a
send him to
night.
Q school, wasn't it?
What a night that was.
You got
58.
mobbed. Was it you or was it Chris Murphy that got mobbed by those university lot?
I think there was 8 to 10 of them, but the noise they created was one of my real highlights of 2023.
140.
Yeah, it was that prize money which sent Adam Warner to Q school, won his card, and then won it back, of course, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago?
60.
The cream chinos, do you remember? The brown shoes, and he stuck with it in the PDC as well.
Nothing wrong with chinos, Glenn.
138.
Nothing
The
wrong with that
160.
138. Scott Taylor can see the winning line. It's going to have to be something spectacular from Neil Minea. But he has been spectacular in this Group C campaign.
120. Scott the car
But he's
40.
not going to find tops to halt Scott Taylor. He needed a win of 4-2 or better.
He's
He
on the
gets
match,
a win of
Scott
4-2, and he gets it with a 13 darter. Scott Taylor now has to wait and hope, but the former champion has still got the smallest of flames of flickering. A 95.87 average, a 4-2 win against Neil Minea means he's got the faintest of faint chances. Coming up after the break, Arne Spee and Joe Croft will finish off their weeks. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen!
time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to Pluto TV. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Neil Minear, applied 4 legs to 2. He now has to hope that Bradley Ruse gets the better of Alex Small to qualify through to Saturday's final. So, for Arne Spee and Joe Croft, this is the end of the line. This is where we say goodbye, we say our emotional farewells, and at the end of this game, they will both walk out the door. Game 14 of our session. And don't forget, we've got another exhilarating session for you from 10 o'clock this evening. Group B gets underway, and we cannot wait, Glenn.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I thought it was
Looks
a
like Arne to
very
throw
enjoyable
first.
night. Adam Savard
Game on.
was absolutely brilliant. But I still think there's a few twists in it. I'm hoping Jack Tweddle is able to get qualification, especially with all the players
45.
from the academy coming from Swindon as well. I've seen enough from him, but I think he'll have been disappointed to be on 4 points after last night. And then there's a real dogfight. Richard Rowlands is the
135.
pace of the way he plays, and he's playing his games at the back end of the play tonight. He could have an awful lot to say. Ross Montgomery was, at times, looked like he was absolutely
99.
fuming with his performances and how the night went. So, yeah, and then Jake Womack, an American player who looked down and out and then somehow
96.
found a couple of wins from 3-0 down. So, yeah, another intriguing night. And then we start thinking about Saturday night, Series 10, Week 1, Finals night, crowd in
100.
here. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to another fantastic night of darts starting at 10 o'clock on Pluto TV.
I'll be watching that. We have a hot
85.
cup of cocoa from home later on this evening.
You're 33-year-old, Henry. Just get yourself out.
60.
I've got to have friends for that first, Glenn.
23.
24, at least had the year on.
60.
I'll sit at home after I finish watching The Traitors.
Yeah, Joe Croft on the back of a beautiful 4-0 victory.
140.
And Arne Spee has definitely
Car,
found
125.
something in this last hour and a half of playing this Group C. What a start for 75. Bullseye for a spectacular finish. Take
Game show your
that!
first leg, Joe Croft. Second leg, Joe to throw
Clean
first.
as a whistle
Game
from
on.
Crofty. Bull, 25 bull. Beautiful to watch. Beautifully executed. Joe Croft leads 1-0 with a break.
Yeah, it's almost like seen as an exhibition shot, but it was such a good bullseye the
100.
first start. It was the total right way to go and speak and see the funny side of it because, yeah, the build of friendships in there, don't they, Henry? These two have known each other now for 5 days. They've probably had a couple of practice games and let's be honest with you, game 2 yesterday in this Group C between the pair was an absolute cracker.
58.
It was Joe Croft who won the game 4-2, but he averaged over 94 and averaged round about 90 and a super start to this one.
Well, for Crofty, as soon as this game is done, he'll be getting into his car and he'll be lights out and away we go. Back to Cheshunt.
68.
Based in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, 5 legs on the spin now for Joe. Just something you mentioned earlier that maybe he'll go away a little
100.
bit frustrated that he's saving his best start still. You know, till the end. There was a point where he was sat in 5th place out of 6. I didn't expect that at the beginning of play.
121. Joe Car 143.
I guess the pair of that are on that upwards trajectory right now. They're definitely playing the better darts.
Yeah, Joe based in Hertfordshire. If you ever get
85.
the chance, Glenn, to go to Hertfordshire, go to St Albans. Not just is it a historic city, but it has some of the best restaurants, some of the best
100.
restaurants you could ever wish to go
58.
to.
Yeah. I was there a fortnight ago. Tops for a 2-0 lead.
Getting shown the second leg.
Beautiful
Joe
to
Croft.
see. Absolutely flying right now.
Third leg on to throw first. Game on.
2 from 3 on the doubles for a man who's had, that's where an area of the game he wants to really improve on. He knows that.
100.
But I think anyone watching him in his previous game and this one, that's a beautiful throw. Everything's there. Now it's just a case of putting it all together.
140.
Time is on the side of Crofty.
Verada, it's been a great experience for him. His second Super Series appearance, his first since June. I think he'll take away some good moments and some good glimmers. But
35.
I just wonder whether, come the end of it, he'll feel like something possibly was left out there.
And if he has, and if he does, then you use the time at your home
85.
to practice and do your training to find ways of dealing with that. So next time that you come here, you feel like you've got that all-round package and you feel like you can go into that players area knowing you're going to win games
60.
and qualify.
$41.
Yeah, I can see what he was trying to do. Would have been some shot if it had hit a treble 20 from that angle.
58. Under the car 135.
So 135 for Arden when he's got 6 from here. So he's not going to chase around the 25. Triple 18. Isn't going to be found with dart 2.
95.
But he is going to return for tops.
It's almost like he knew what he was going to do if he hit the single 19, but the treble confused him slightly.
100. Under the car 40.
Bit of an off leg for Joe Croft, but Spee to reduce the deficit.
Getting shown the third leg.
He's
And
beginning
it's
to find his range, isn't he? It might have taken him till Friday, sort of
Fourth leg Joe to
lunchtime to
first.
tea time to
Game
find that. But there has been some positives there from the Dutchman. The big Feyenoord supporter.
Yes.
140.
The cowboy.
Yeah, the shirts he was wearing at the beginning of the week were emblazoned of the Cowboys on the
100.
back because that's the name of his team at the pub that he plays for back in Ruse in the Netherlands.
60.
Not that it has it on right now. But Ruse is a city in the Netherlands, in the
96.
southwest of the country, in the province of Zeeland. It has a population of approximately 29,000.
60.
Historic town, founded in the 10th century.
58.
Yes, welcome to Darts in the Sun. Henry Deacon has a budget of 95,000. We're looking for a one-bedroom maisonette for him.
93.
Well, there was actually, during the wars in like the 1600s, it was besieged a
77.
few times.
Joe
Was
Carwood
Horace,
48.
before.
Riveting. 1,480 for Joe Croft. It looked an inviting
81.
first start, didn't it? Then last
Anna
start,
Carwood 70.
backed that up. Yeah, that little smile would have been a nice way to end his campaign for
58.
Spee,
Joe Carr,
170 on that
67.
stage. But Croft looking good for a 3-1 lead. He'll start on treble 17 for double top.
47. Anna Carwood 12.
To level up at 2-2, 112 for Anna. Can I find the treble with dart 2? So Croft back
56.
double 10.
Joe Carr 20.
to lead this game 3-1.
Getting
And
shown
it
the fourth leg
goes,
jump
3-1
ball.
Croft.
I like him.
Fifth leg Anna to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I do like that man in your picture there. I think we'll be seeing more of him on the MODUS Super Series. He's applied his trade. He's gone to Q School. He's
40.
doing the challenge tour. He's doing all those secondary tours, and it's tough to get into the professional game. But he's doing what's second best for him right now. It hasn't been his week, but he's
90.
shown glimpses. He's definitely more mature than the last time I saw him there, where his arms were thrown around, the head shaking was there. So he's definitely improving
59.
in that stage.
Well, I think we knew and he knew that that was his biggest Urquid problem, particularly the first few times he was here, that he'd get himself in good positions, get himself frustrated by something, which
60.
was probably menial in the end, and that was his Achilles heel. You could tell he's worked on that, and he's worked on it to some degree, and I know he's in that same part of
45.
the world as the likes of Thomas Banks and Steve West. They're people that you'll know very, very quickly if there's telltale signs, because they will exploit that because they're the caliber of players they are.
99.
Some fun turning up to that vault.
Yeah, spend quite a bit of time in Hertfordshire when I
100.
go down to my manufacturer's main office. I've met with Steve a couple of times.
60.
Sure, we'll see Steve West before too long here at the Super Series again. Still
60.
looking for that elusive series crown.
Yeah, I'll let you tell him. It's almost like the conversation we had with Robert Thornton about the Saturday nights. He'll know. But I tell you what, I think it's getting harder and
40.
harder. That was a bounce out, and with an added noise of HD.
It was like there was a spring
99. Joe
That
Carwood
just-
52.
went boing for the match. And to end his campaign with a win, Croft's not going to take out the 152.
60. Anna Carr 98.
Spee 98 to keep this game going.
$42. Joe Carr
So
92.
Croft to finish his campaign with a win. He's going to get 2 at double 16. 2 8s. He's
Getting
in.
shown in the match, Joe
And Joe
Croft.
Croft ends with a win. He gets the better of Arna Spee by 4 legs to 1. It's been great to see Arna again this week. He's had some good moments, but he'll be disappointed he couldn't make the breakthrough to Saturday. As for Joe Croft, well, it's another experience where he feel like maybe a slow start and certain predicaments may have let things drift. 4-1, the win for Joe Croft against Arna Spee. Ruse and Small is coming up next. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to begin the final game of Group C between Bradley Ruse and Alex Small. This is how the land lies in terms of the table. Munir on 60 points is top of the group. He's not guaranteed to top it. Scott Taylor on 14 points is now relying on a win here for Bradley Ruse against Alex Small to confirm his place for him. Alex wins them. He is going to win the group. In fact, it's a weird scenario. Alex Small is in second place, but cannot physically finish there. He can only finish either first or third in this Group C table. It's an intriguing scenario, an intriguing game. Our final match of Group C. So it's as simple as this for Alex Small. He's playing knockout darts on Friday. If he wins, he's in. If he loses, he's heading for home. He either will be playing a match tomorrow or he's playing his final match now. It really is as quintessentially simple as that. Both players complete their final practice darts before we get underway. A huge game for the wild card, who is looking to book his spot into the Saturday night showpiece. For Bradley, well, it's been a week that he'll probably want to forget, but how he'd love to end it with a win, and how it would help somebody that's become a good friend this week to him in Scott Taylor in terms of booking his passage through to tomorrow night's final. But for Alex Small, it's his chance, his opportunity to rubber stamp his place
57.
through. It's in his hands, but can he get the job done, Glenn Durrant?
Well, the way he's played, then absolutely, and the way he started here,
180.
it's just so typical of what this Group C campaign's been. But I think you've just hit something there that sometimes when you're not only
87.
representing yourself, but also maybe a good friend as well, that might be just the added motivation Bradley needs.
47.
And it is weird when you listen to players that have played for their country, they actually find it easier when they play for other people because you hate the pressure of letting
100.
others down.
Yeah, great point. And maybe that's in his mindset right now. But when you think of mindset, Alex Small just looks like he's in a zone that you just want to be as a dart player. I think Alex Small goes in as a big favourite, but we might see the very best of Bradley Ruse. Not because of what he's doing for himself, but what he's doing for his good friend.
180. $137. Bradley Carr 77.
Yeah, beautiful way to start this match. Outstanding on 77. Hit
57.
the hard way, didn't he, with the treble 19. The finishing of Small's been sublime. But he's threw a dart away.
40. Bradley Carr 20.
And so Ruse is back for double 10 to take out the opening leg of this contest.
Getting shot on the first leg. Bradley
And it
Ruse.
goes 1-0 Ruse, and he's beginning to feel it a little bit.
Second leg, Ali to throw first. Game on.
Well, if Ruse does win this game, and you ask me the question when we chat afterwards, who's going to win
95.
Saturday night, then I'll tell you now, Scott Taylor. Because when your name's on the trophy, your name's on the trophy.
As Chris Mason would say, your name's
58.
on pot, lad.
Where's he from? Newcastle?
140.
Put it this way, my Chris Mason impression is much better than my Paul Nicholson impression.
No, your Paul Nicholson's okay, actually.
99.
When he was Australian.
That might be the
96.
funniest thing you've ever said, Glenn.
Yeah, just look at Alex Small in the background.
140.
Yeah, but that's the
Ali
question,
Carr
Bradley.
170.
Where have these darts been? He's averaging over 95 at the moment. If he has got that added motivation, then he's got to find a reason how he
85.
does that every single time he plays, because he's finding something here. He's putting an awful lot of pressure on Alex Small, and I don't care who you are. If you're in the situation of Alex Small where you're trying to see how to get a qualification,
96.
you'll
Ali
be
Carr,
feeling it.
85.
25 ball. Too good, Alec. Too good. And so Bradley's going to get a chance at 108 to go 2-0 up
108.
in this contest. Scott Taylor must have opened up his eyes here thinking, what on earth's going on? He'd be thankful that Bradley may well be saving one of his best
92.
performances of the week for
Ali
now.
Carr, 16.
But he has to rely on Alex Small missing 3 here. One left.
Game
And
shot on the
foul
second
with the
leg, Alex
last.
Small.
1-1.
Remember that dart. Remember that double
Third
two.
leg, Bradley
If
to
Alex
throw
Small
first.
does get through
Game
this
on.
game, go back to that moment there, because Bradley Ruse was sat pretty on double 8. He was looking good, and Small was just manoeuvring them darts. He'd
60.
missed 3 darts at a double already. That was a fabulous, fabulous dart.
Reminds me of a dart that you had at double
45.
against Mark McGeaney in a lakeside final.
Well, I remember a double 1, I think is what you're going
Yeah.
to, where I could actually see it flying in the air, and that was sort of reminiscent of that. It was almost like hit and hope, because your body's
55.
gone by then. You know, your mind's all over the place, and Alex Small is just desperate to get there on Saturday night. But
62.
again, we've talked about the maturity of Joe Croft this week. I'm also seeing that with Alex Small. Gone are the days when he's fidgeting, he's looking really settled there. Seeing some real big improvements from
100.
players this week.
$56. $100. 80.
So Bradley, 6 starts here for 186 to re-establish his lead in this match at 2-1. Has left himself on 90. Alec needs to hit big here, you feel. Needs to find a triple now.
60.
Doesn't do so. Advantage to Ruse.
Yeah, we love it when it goes down to the last game. This is really nervy. I don't think anyone expected Bradley Ruse to win this game. But he's tops away from a 2-1 lead.
50.
He looks a different player.
Why couldn't he have come out the gate like this on Monday?
86.
And to be honest, Alex Small is probably as surprised as everybody else. And why wouldn't you be? And there is cause for concern now for the wild card. He's going to have to use his trump card. He's 2-1 down to Bradley Ruse and possibly in a world of trouble.
He's always got that in the locker, hasn't he?
So he's got that maximum ace up his sleeve, Glenn.
He certainly has.
60.
5 perfect.
140.
Yeah, we both sat back there. I think we both maybe fancied if there's maybe someone who's going to do it this week. Maybe it is Alex Small.
60.
Not that he would care one jot right now. He just wants to get this match back to 2-2. But
105.
when he's good, he's very good.
Hot and cold like taps of water.
96. Alec Ukar, 76.
And he's 76 points away from levelling this contest up. Treble 17, double 12 would have been the route because Bradley isn't on a finish here.
36.
I'm going to tell you something here, Glenn. I reckon the 9 darter on a Saturday night could go tomorrow evening.
36. Alec Ukar, 40.
I think it'll go this series. I'm not so sure about. I thought it was the heater back at Lakeside there, was getting his flight out. If you know, you know, but it's 2-2.
Alex Small.
If Alex Small was a little bit nervous and surprised at the performance from Bradley Ruse, he's handled it very nicely. The average is just going down for Bradley right now. He was round about the 95 average. But I tell you what, just listen. Let's look at the darts going in. That's not the player who was flying them all over the place.
But I 13 data for Alec. Forget what his
81.
opponent's doing. Should settle him down more than anything else.
Oh, it's so difficult. It's so difficult when you can see that prize at the end of it. Penny for your thoughts, Scott Taylor right now. It's sort of reminiscent of a Grand Slam where you're relying on someone to do you a favour. It was something that I really struggled. I ended up on an athletics track just trying to walk it off. So I wonder where Scott Taylor is right now.
Yeah, you lost a lot of pounds that night, both in terms of on the running track and in the tournament.
97. $46.
Scott will watch on nervously, but he will see that Bradley's left himself on 204, 6 darts away from re-establishing his lead at 3-2.
59.
He has to do his job on throw, Bradley, you feel, because Alec is always going to score decent enough to give himself chances on his darts.
58. Bradley Carr, 145.
We'll go back to treble 20.
65.
No, 80. You would think there's a 50-50 shot. So when you're on the 176, you're thinking of a ton 40. But still advantage to the Dutchman. It's still advantage to Scott Taylor.
Effectively, this is Scott Taylor throwing these darts. Effectively, it's Scott Taylor wanting this tops to go in.
60.
It doesn't, and so Alex Small, a 116 to get the break, and then he'd throw for his place through. He's going to get a dart at double top. He's going to get double top.
Alex Small.
And a ton top at the perfect time.
Can I just go back to that moment at the tops, though? Treble 20, 9, 16. And how many times have I sat in this seat and said, I would like to see Alex Small be a bit more measured? I don't know if you picked it up, Henry, but he just stood back 95. For a second or two, aimed and pinged it in. I think that's a learning process for Alec when he's under them high pressured, because I've seen him just fling that last dart almost as if he's going for another 180. What
39.
a dart that is. Absolutely outstanding. Alex Small, you have impressed me so much this week.
What a moment this could be. He's a leg away from qualification.
84.
Just when he saw Bradley on his tail miss a dart at tops to go 3-2 up himself.
Yeah, the
45.
reaction maybe of Bradley Ruse was maybe missed by many there, but he just slapped himself on the leg. But Alec mature. Look at Bradley Ruse in the background. He can't believe what's happening.
81.
That was the look of you on this desk when you saw me walk through the door this morning.
It's not about you, Henry.
Well, Bradley's trying to make a match of it come what may, and he has done for the most
83.
part. But is this the moment where the game is in the hands of Alex Small?
I'm so impressed with Alex Small because Bradley's going through that, but he's not going to throw his darts until Bradley's
60.
moved away from him. It's almost like Bradley shot everything at him, and it was a lot. Bradley Ruse in his first 4 legs was outstanding. That 116 finish was a Brahma. And now Bradley's all over. Now he's overthinking it. He feels like the game is gone. Just gathering his thoughts. And all of a sudden that treble 20, which was so easy to hit, feels like it's closing in on you.
100.
6 big darts for Alex Small.
65.
I like that. And look what he's left.
It was the 116 that put him 3-2 to the good. Is it going to be
84.
the checkout now
Alec
which
Carl,
sees him
116.
cross the finishing line? Scott Taylor watches on with bated breath, and he can hold his breath for now.
54 points left.
76. Bradley Carl, 150.
Well, we've seen a spectacular moment from Alex Small on a big finish. Bradley Ruse looked down and out. He was slumped over, and there's nothing he can do. And that's the frustration of a dart player. The dart's gone. He can't even have the energy to pick it up now. He thinks the match is gone. But let me tell you, Alex Small, his heart will be racing right now. We'll love this at the MODUS Super Series, down to the last dart.
134. Alec Carl, 40.
But it's a dart at tops, 3 darts at tops that Alex Small has to book his place through. He takes his time, and now he's got 1 left. 1 in hand
He's
at
on the
double
match, Alex
16, and he gets it. The wild card books his berth into Saturday night. He beats Bradley Ruse by 4 legs to 2, but he has banished the former champion in Scott Taylor to book his place into the finals. You can see the outpouring of sheer relief on his face. He had to work really hard for that. He knows that was a tiresome day. That was a day that could have gone the other way. But today is the day of Alex Small. He had ideas of grandeur when he walked through here on Thursday morning, and now he can see the sights of Saturday night. And so Alex Small, not just does he go through, but he wins the group by a leg-on-legs difference from Neil Minier. He's the other player to book his passage into tomorrow's final. Scott Taylor narrowly misses out in 3rd. Myself and Glenn Durrant will look at everything that's happened in this group on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first Group C of Series 10 has come to a close. And before the break, Alex Small booked his passage through to the finals, getting the better of Bradley Ruse by 4 legs to 2. He'll be joined by Neil Minear in the big showpiece on Saturday night. The former champion, shall I say, Scott Taylor, is not going to make it. He has missed out. 14 points was not enough this week to get through Group C. In fact, it was a table of 2 halves. The top 3 were the dominant forces. The bottom 3, well, they were cut insanely adrift, and it is Alex Small and Neil Minear that are through to tomorrow's final. Glenn Durham is with me here in the studio, and you have to give credit to Alex Small because Bradley probably played his best game of the week, you could argue, in that last game against him, but he held his nerve when it mattered.
Yeah, it was a strange one for Bradley. Clearly, he was playing for Scott Taylor there because, you know, they have become firm friends. We've seen them away from the hockey, on the hockey. But I think he needs to have a long, hard look at himself because whatever he had going through that body, whatever he was feeling, you sort of mentioned it like where you're representing your country and you're playing for others, that he needs to find that because that wasn't a player that's been there this week. And he was really unlucky not to get something from it because of the brilliance of Alex Small.
We've spoken about the composure of Alec, and maybe in the past it was something that he was lacking, but you can't argue against that in that match against Bradley. And we were mentioning on the 1-1-6 as he went 3-2 to the good. The one thing for you more than anything else was the step back as he goes for tops here.
Just watch the third dart. Now, I've criticised him of rushing that third dart. It's measured, it's composed, and the accuracy and the relief is everything there. I think that VT there, he needs to watch and learn something about himself because too many times he stays in that rhythm of the treble 20, which he's good at when he does his 180s. But when it comes down to a double, sometimes you just need to be a little bit more measured. I was delighted he took the step back. Also very happy that he nailed the tops, and that's something that he may learn from.
And that tops was his friend in that game because he got it to win it as well.
He's been brilliant. He really has, and he loves the game. He messages me an awful lot. I mean, I thought by then he'd gone. The old Alex Small might have panicked. He didn't. He stayed in the routine this time. Double 16, a clench of the fist, and the reaction there from Bradley was like, I feel like I've let my mate down there type thing. So Bradley Ruse, Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Isn't that great pictures? I love that. That's what it means to these players. You know, every person I speak to now, they want to be at the MODUS Super Series. They want to play live on Pluto TV. They're very, very happy with how things are going right now here. The relief that he showed there is there on Saturday night. £5,000 to the winner, remember, this week. You know, for someone like Alex Small, who's not doing an awful lot of the circuit, that might mean an awful lot for him.
And in terms of someone like Alec, who really did burst onto the scene, winning the Champion of Champions, he got to a final here not long after. He's shown glimpses, but maybe didn't quite get back to those levels quickly. Could this be a great start to a season where he's decided maybe just to take a little bit of a step back?
Yeah, because I didn't think he'd qualify from this group. I was disappointed the way he's gone the past 2 years. But I do talk an awful lot in comms about success can happen at different times. And maybe he expected success when he got that wild card into the Champion of Champions, then goes through an incredible field. Because it's a tough ask to do to win that one. He did it, but hasn't really kicked on since then. I thought he looked phenomenal this week. One bad game against Neil Manee yesterday, but he bounced back from that, and he was a delight to watch. And the Brucey bonus as well is he topped the group.
In terms of Neil Manee, it felt like he did the damage yesterday. 1 5 from 5, just confirmed the job today.
We just know what he's going to do. We just know he's going to average between 85 and 92. He's going to dictate the pace. If you're going to give him a chance at a double, he'll hit it. This type of finishing, these two dart combinations, he just goes a little bit wide. It looked awkward. Bang. He's got a lot of bottle. He doesn't over-celebrate. He just gets on with it. He's just a real, like I say, quintessential county player. Over 100 wins in the Premier Division there. Everybody knows who he is. He's never really travelled. Maybe after this weekend we'll all know the name.
I mean this as an absolute compliment to Neil because he's a very good player, but is he an awkward player to beat? Because you just know that whenever you're up against him, no matter what kind of form you're in, if he's going to average around that range, he's going to be there or thereabouts all the time.
Yeah, I've been working with Ryan Joyce, and there's sort of similarities there. Professional players don't like playing with Ryan because, again, he's not the quickest in the world. He's not the slowest by a long way. But, you know, if you give him a dart or a double, he'll hit it. And there was sort of elements of that when it gets to 1-1, 2-2, you start thinking there's only going to be one winner of this game. He says he's got that thing that not everybody has, and he likes that. He's battle hardened and a real old school player.
Scott Taylor, he admitted earlier this week the start to this year has not gone to plan whatsoever. And this is usually a place that for him, regardless of the form that he's in, he can usually turn things around. There was patches, there was moments, but if the truth be told, never really got going for him this week.
He lost his opening 2 games yesterday, and it's always going to be, you can't then afford to lose a game after that. And it got really tricky. At 105 average yesterday, so the ceiling's there. I thought moments today played brilliant, but to be fair, when he did play, this is what he can do. He's a joy to watch. I love watching him. I really do. I love the snarl. But fair play, when it came to game 11 today against Alex Small, it wasn't about Scott Taylor. Alex Small did to Scott Taylor what he normally does to others, and the credit had to go to Alec in that game.
In terms of Joe Croft, the good bits were good, but it felt like there was patches both today and yesterday, which was kind of the key difference to him not really being in the race.
Yeah, I could see the positives, and not necessarily about the darts, more about him and his attributes and his skills and abilities. He was fairly mature. He was not throwing his toys out the pram. He was not thinking the world's against him. But the Achilles heels his doubles, and once again, that was the problem. He's got a Rolls Royce throw. Once the first dart goes, you expect the others. I expect to see him at the bitter end in the next few years. I do think he's got a future where he can do some things, but he's got weaknesses. He has to work on them.
Is he the type of player that the ADC system suits down to the ground? We saw him have success last year, played at the Tour Finals, played at the Global Championship here in December. Is he the type of player that if he plays in that system, develops his skills, continues to go along the rate of progression that he's going at, we could see maybe take the next jump in 2025?
Certainly, and when you're putting finishes like this together, arguably my favourite finish of the day, great reaction from the pair. And I love all that. I really do. You know, by then he can't win. You know, he can't win the table or qualify through the group. So he's enjoying himself through there. He's a very likeable character. He loves the ADC stuff. A lot of the AD stuff is a best of 3 though, which is obviously you want them longer games. So what's he doing? He's going on the challenge tour. He's going to Q school. He's doing everything right. Just searching for those results.
So that's this afternoon's business done and dusted with. Let's have a look ahead to tonight's action. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Gary Stowe won Group A, Alex Moore, Neil Minear are through. The top 3 in Group B are Adam Zavada, Jack Tweddle and Jake Romack. Whilst Richard Rowlands and Ross Montgomery are all looking for wins tonight. Easy for me to say, Glenn.
Yeah, too many R's for you there, isn't it? But, yeah, I think Savada was the standout player. I still think Tweddle can win it on Saturday night. I think he's got absolutely everything. He didn't. I think 4 points yesterday. There was an element of disappointment there for him, but I really like what I see. I think there's a real dart player there. And then there's that fight between a couple of wily old characters in Richard Rowlands and Ross Montgomery. And Jake Womack is interesting. And it was something Chris Murphy picked up. He didn't get acclimatised to that stage for a couple of games. He looked like he was all over the place. If you check his statistics, his CDC stuff, you know, he's beat the likes of Storbuns, the Jeff Smiths of this world, you know, all the top players on the North American tour. So maybe we'll see the best of Jake Womack tonight.
Glenn, thank you very much for your company. That's it from us here at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. We're back from 10 o'clock this evening to see how Group B concludes, where it looks like it's an North American takeover at the top of the table. But as far as this afternoon is concerned in Group C, it was the wild card who played his cards right. He was the joker in the pack. He threw the ace cards. We'll see you later on. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...